All right. How's everyone doing? Russell, how are you doing? How are you doing today? I have found Twitch alerts. Well, I was gonna call their Twitch alerts flaky, like their go live Twitch alerts, but you know, my Twitch alerts are also flaky, so you know. So I used to write it up. I was writing it up before I went live, but now I have gone live, then I type it up, because I found that, like, I don't know what it is, but if people join the stream too quickly after you press go live, it doesn't always work. Anyways, yeah, I don't know, it's weird. All right, we can get out of this. Yeah. All right. I think I have a way to make this work using HTMX. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it will be acceptable, I think. I'm gonna draw it out, see if you guys see any holes in my thinking. All right, so basically, one weird thing that I'm finding about HTMX, in React or Vue or whatnot, there is this ability to see the whole state. There is something that knows the whole state. One thing that I found very weird, with HTMX, your backend server and your HTMX front end neither of these know the state of the front end. The backend server doesn't. The HTMX front end doesn't. Nothing knows the full state. Ooh, Russell. That's actually that's a really good topic. On demand. That's a good one. That's a lot of work too. Good luck. Now, when you mean on demand, you mean not spot pricing. My assumption when you mean on demand is that, like, you're gonna scale up and scale down with things you haven't reserved in the future, right? Yeah. Well, okay, and so this is like why I take the opinion I do, is because, like, a lot of times these things depend on how large your team is. Like, you know, anything is possible, but do you have the engineering and the demand and the whatnot? So that's actually, like, goes into, I have this basic scaling one that we're gonna cover. And, like, there's a ton of things that you can do to scale, but in the end, what do you need? Because they all, like, get harder and harder as you go. Like, the more advanced scaling practices get more difficult and require more things. Yeah, and then, like, if you're gonna tell me that you need 5 engineers to save us $1,000 a month, did it save me money or did it cost me money? those are the types of things I don't think us as engineers talk about enough, and I try to talk about it. It's not that I'm for or against any particular technology. I'm just about understanding where you're at, and what your needs are. Yeah. Oh, you mean spin up an entire environment for a PR? Ah, that's even more work. It's really cool. It's really cool when you get there. Let me rephrase that. I have seen some people that are there, and it's really cool. That's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. All right. So, what do we have here? Nothing knows the state of the front end. The backend server doesn't, and the front end doesn't. And in fact, the backend can't. And the backend can't because it would need to keep a list of every connected client back here with which front end client was it talking to. So to keep this stateless, to keep our backend stateless, the backend can't know the state that the front end is in. And we were getting into a place where we were going to have to add state to the backend server. Like, not the database. I mean, we could have added it to the database, but this is just a whole level of insanity. I love to hear that, Russell. Like, I love when, you know, like, a lot of people will be like, oh, we'll take about a month, not including all the other I'm not saying that it would only take, but let's say it would take 6 months if you and an engineer just went off to do it. And it's like, sure, that's a fine statement, but what will we actually be able? What's like an actual real estimate with the other commitments that we have? You know, you can never, or usually can never, drop everything. Cool. You need the full stateless pattern. I mean, I am going to talk about the in the basic scale. I'm going to talk about some basic stuff. I think it's easy if you avoid state in your application. I'm not saying microservices. I'm saying put it in your database. Databases make it easier if you don't have it. And I'm not even talking about scaling out this way. I'm just saying if the database is the thing that's holding your replication and doing stuff like that, especially in the cloud, where you don't have to worry about, you can check a button and it will replicate it so that you have a little bit of resiliency, and handle that for you. I think that's great. So just avoid that. But yeah, so we're just going to talk about some of the, high level things, what you can do when, like, ways to scale stuff simply. But yeah, I don't know. Well, I think it's a dangerous trap to hold state in these backend services, because then, like I was saying with the HTMX front end, you have to know which front end is connecting. I think from just a complexity level, overcomplicated. Simple is better, always, generally. Not always. HTMX is simple. We'll see if it's better. All right, so the problem is we only want to show on the front end one alert at a time. And the problem with this WebSocket right now is if it pushes a second alert. So in the case of, let's say there's somebody that gifts 5 subs, the subs will go off the screen, and that's a problem. It should only show one at a time. Now we have a queue here. But there is no way to know when this is done displaying. So what we're going to do, we had theorized about some ways, because one of the things that we were going to do is have this like self-delete and call back. But that doesn't work. That doesn't work for a couple reasons. I dug into it. I think what we're going to do is the backend server is going to operate like this. We're going to have this queue. We're going to pick one out of the queue and we're going to send it to the front end to display. And then we're going to wait a time. So we're going to have just a pause for the amount of time on the same thread that's doing this queue, that's managing this queue. So this queue is managed on a loop. We're going to run this pause for that amount of time. We're going to send the command to delete this element here, the alert. And then we're going to do just a very, very, very short pause, because we got to manage all of this on the back end. That's not what I wanted to do. No. Oh. Down here. No, I want to make a new text. Why did I have to go all the way over here to make a new text box instead of editing that one? I don't know. So after we'll do another pause. I guess I could have just copied that one. That would have been more brilliant. Another little pause, and then we'll restart the loop. So, you know. I think this is the only way to do it sanely. So I was looking about shoving it into the front, the HTMX here. So there was 2 projects that I looked at, Alpine.js here, and Hypertext. No, Hyperscript. Because, okay, so the weird part was, you know, what we used to have with Vue, with you, not Vue, you, with you, if we just implemented this queue where we did a slight pause here, you know, just afterwards, and then send something to the front end, this would work. And the reason it would work was we had our own queue here. So worst case with this one, if there was, oh, that looks better. It's a better pattern. If there was a second one, like if this pause wasn't quite long enough or whatnot, and there was some network delay here and whatnot, this queue here would buffer that extra alert, and it would be fine. But with HTMX, the whole point is not to have any of that state on your front end. And this is actually where we want a pause button. Like, I want a button so I can pause. So I can record something and I cannot miss alerts. So basically, I want to be able to click this button and this queue stop processing. That's the idea. Thank you, Russell. Thank you, Russell. I was told that just because I created a to-do app with HTMX doesn't mean I get to be critical of HTMX. So I am doing this with HTMX. People were like, you haven't even done it. And I was like, oh, well, here's this project that I did. And they're like, oh, it's just a to-do app. And I was like, yeah, I was using it and I didn't even like it for that. And then they're like, well, you got to use it for more. And I was like, okay, I will try. This seemed like a perfect scenario. Anyways, we're going to do this and we're going to see how bad it is. So we just have the double pause, or pause, delete, pause. Shouldn't be too bad. I feel pretty good about this. I feel pretty good about this. Let's see. We are not in the right place, are we? Oh, no, we are. We wanted lib. We get rid of this stupid state. All right. So we have 2 queues that we can pause. We will probably expand this, but 2 queues is good enough. The other thing that I want to add to this is the ability to have different WebSockets. So right now we just have one where all events go to. The idea would be that, let's say /events has all events. Important has things like, you know, and this one can be like subs, and this could be like subs and subscribers. Maybe we do something like subs, follows, or something like this. So the idea was like raids and stuff. I'd like to be like full screen or something. And so I want to actually have 2 different things on my UI watching. One that's big full screen, one that's, you know, small in the corner. I'm not sure how we're going to break that up yet, but that's the idea at least. But we're getting just a basic queue in first. Okay. So, let's see what we're doing here. This is basically where it's down here. This is where we're sending the front end message. Now this doesn't work. I can't send this trigger. This trigger is not working. And the reason this trigger is not working, as the best I can understand from the very sparse documentation, this trigger doesn't work because this trigger is only for AJAX responses, which the WebSocket is not. So we can't do this, which is fine. We're doing it a different way now. So we'll delete that. All right. So we're just going to do it here in this. We're going to do the whole thing. So we're going to send the message. What we need to do is pause for a bit to display the message. And now let's see if the AI, oh, there we go. From seconds, 5 seconds. That's not what we want. We want the message actually has what we want. Doesn't it? Doesn't it? What is this message? I thought. Oh, wait. It's Shift K? Yeah. Yeah, it's a display message, which means. Why is it showing me all of these things when. Yeah, okay. I was going to say when there's a display time. It should show me the fields first. All right, that's our. And I believe that's not in seconds. That's from milliseconds, right? Okay, and then this needs to be async. Okay, so, you know, if I'm gonna be like truly. I'm not. I don't know what my feelings are on HTMX, to be honest. I don't know if... I find this to be one of those places where, like, I don't know yet what it means to be somebody that creates content or something like that. Because, like... I feel like the content that does really well would be like content hyping stuff. But I really want to help people select the right technologies for what they're doing. And I actually am very against engineering by hype. I actually coined a term for this. This is another one of my talks that have never made it, but hype-driven development, I actually think is bad because we're engineers. Or, you know, I sometimes call it engineering by fashion design. You know, it's what's in, what's vogue. I don't know what vogue means. I'm just using that to be hip. I've heard it used before. I have no idea what it means. Probably shouldn't use it then. Anyways, that being said, I actually am pretty against that. But there's obviously times when stuff comes around, like Rust, that was a really good change. So I also don't want to miss things that are actually really good and interesting. And usually these projects come from a point where they're trying to solve a problem that we've all had. I don't know what it means. I don't know. Can you just push each alert to the page and store it in a hidden element, then after a timeout, alter the top one to be visible? Russell, I couldn't get that to work. Right, Russell. Right, Russell. That's what it kind of feels like, though, because like I really want to try to be reasonable about it and state stuff for and against it. Like HTMX. The thing that people are tired of is this, well, maybe, I think, these really, really complicated front ends that do way too much that they probably shouldn't. And that's more on the designing of the front end than the actual framework. Then there's also this API churn that's really difficult, and we've seen projects like Graph, not the Graph database, but like the GraphQL. Sorry, that's what it was. GraphQL that tries to fix that. HTMX is also an attempt to fix that, and some other things. So they're looking to solve real problems, and I actually do think that there's probably some really good, you know what, like a blog would be amazing in HTMX. There's definitely, and there's more than just blogs. Don't get me wrong. There's probably some things that would be really amazing that have really simple client side, but then I go back and forth. If it's really simple client side, anything would be good too. You know, I'm not sure that then this is a really good argument for it. But I digress. I'm still thinking. All right. So now we need to remove message from queue. No. I should have already. I do need to remove message from queue. Let's go ahead and do this. But what we're going to do is we're going to. Oh, we're not actually. We're enqueuing the message. This is not us actually going through the... Okay, what we need to do is we're going to paste this up here. We're going to delete all of this. We're going to go up here. We should have a loop. Like, yeah, process queue on new thread. That's what this loop should be doing. Okay. Why what broke what? I'm sorry, what was that question about, Russell? I got sidetracked talking about I got sidetracked. Oh, so the problem is why that didn't work. HTMX WebSocket is this. Now, I don't know if it's because this is all of the documentation for the WebSocket. This is it. Or it doesn't actually support what I wanted to do. But HTMX swap delay. So on here you can actually do some stuff after a time. You can do stuff like swap 1 second. There's also HTMX trigger, yeah, this right here. So the reason this didn't work, so basically trigger to be, basically to trigger it up, is first, it doesn't have any knowledge. This div doesn't have any knowledge of any of the other divs. And thus, it couldn't actually know if there was 12 in the queue. There's not a queue. There's just HTMX elements. The other problem with this is that this is sent over on a WebSocket, and this HTMX trigger doesn't work on WebSockets. It works on HX gets, basically AJAX requests. So it wasn't working because I have a WebSocket. This is getting pushed over by a WebSocket. Now, possibly I could just put a garbage GET request here that has nothing, that swaps in nothing, that does the delete, but that doesn't solve the queue problem. Because it doesn't know. Right, Future Highway, and I tested quite a bit of stuff. The delay wasn't working with the WebSocket. I could never, and I've never found an example with it. There's very few examples on the WebSocket stuff. So like all that the WebSocket allows you to do is connect and then send form data. Well, my thought was that I didn't need any JS, right? It's just displaying an alert. I don't know. I was trying to do it without JS, yes. Because now if I add JS to this, I almost need... Well, that's where Alpine came in. Alpine seemed like it would be easy enough to add in, yeah. I've never used Alpine before. Now, my problem with Alpine that I didn't know exactly off the top of my head was how to... I'd almost need Alpine to make the WebSocket connection, right? Because, but now this is like almost all outside of the HTMX. Right? I've almost just... Does it even have a WebSocket? Maybe, I don't know. I don't know it well enough to say definitively. Not that I found. I was looking at, I was just searching for a little bit on their documentation. Yeah. I don't know. Okay, so Future Highway, that's cool, but how do I get... If I use Alpine, how do I use... So HTMX makes this WebSocket to the back end. Here, let's just make a new drawing. I'm happy to do it this way with some JS on the front end. But HTMX makes this WebSocket to the back end. And this WebSocket is this thing right here, which per their documentation allows you to send form data back and to post stuff into here. That's pretty much all that it does. When I post this new div, XML, how do I put it into... How do I put that into Alpine? So how do I take... How does HTMX take that and put it into Alpine? You know, like an Alpine thing. And this probably is just because of my lack of using both of them. So basically, you can send this to the front end. It handles reconnections. Okay, so there are these events. There are these events that we could write some JavaScript to listen to. The only way that I know how to do this, this right here, is to basically go into our index over here and basically just do some script tags, yeah? And yeah, basically this right here. Add an event listener. This is all the only way I know how to do this. So, but then this is like bypassing HTMX, right? Thanks that you brought up hyperscript. That was literally the other thing that I talked about. Hyperscript. At the start of this. At the start of this. I considered it. I considered it. So we could do this, but if we're doing this, then we're getting rid of the HTMX portions, right? I mean, right, this right here, what the AI did was actually appending. This was doing all of what HTMX was doing. Actually, is WebSocket message part of the... I don't think that they do that. They have perform message, error, close, open, connecting. I don't think they... I think they have before and after. Before send, after send. Yeah, they don't actually have the event WebSocket message. So I'm not sure I can intercept the actual message. After message, detail. So I can get the message. Now, that's what I did. I did this. I did that. Document, get element by ID. Oh, document body, add event listener. Okay. Well, the AI did it wrong, but it was the same idea on the script tag. Okay, this is nice. This is nice. This is nice. Nice helper. Look at which one? Load? Maybe I didn't get to it. This, are you talking about the load pulling? What were you talking about? Event naming, modifying swap behavior, configuring requests with events, third party with events, events and login. Oh, this right here. Okay. So that's really weird if there is a WS message. Where did you find that? Because all I could find was this. Because they moved everything to a WebSocket extension. And I don't see that one. Let me search for it. Yeah, let's see. WS connecting, open, close, error, after message. I mean, before and after message, which does have the message details in it. Second code example on that. Wait, that's the page I'm on, right? Oh, this is a not HTMX site. Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I've been looking through their documentation. Maybe it's not in their documentation. Once connected, you can send message to the servers using HXWS send attributes. I don't believe this is correct. They were using it by doing WS send. I think that this is outdated. But maybe I'm wrong. Message queuing. Well, this was one of my complaints, is that this is all the WebSocket documentation I could find, like official WebSocket documentation. Yeah, it was all right, that's just it. Let's look here. Okay. WS, they have one. I mean, I can try this. I mean, there's nothing this isn't gonna hurt me. We're just gonna throw this in there. We don't need the script tag here. And we're just going to console.log this. All right. You know, I don't know. Oh, you know, I gotta fix what we were doing in main really quickly. I was just going off of their official documentation. I figured that you know, I don't know. I was just reading this. I am not a person who goes here. Okay, so there are two types of engineers. I do know some that that would go here and disappear for 2 days and come out being like, not have written a whole lot of it, but have like really good ability to go out and write some of this, and being able to come back and like be like, okay, well, I know that, you know, on this page here and down here is where I need to, you know, look to do this thing and understand the concept really well. I'm not that one of those people. I have to generally get my hands kind of dirty, probably due to the fact that I don't read well, but you know. Okay, this is all error in here. We can just What can we do? Did I delete this from down here? Did I? Thanks for following. That's our current Twitch alerts, powered by you. Well, powered by you and you. Use the front end framework. That's the Rust that's doing it. Let's just undo everything that we've done here. Boom. All right. This should all work like this. Okay. And we should be able to test this. No. Okay. Wait. Okay. I need to have a U size here. We don't need this pause for right now. So we'll just do that. We just want to test this from message. Okay. Cool. You know what, we'll just jump. We'll put our reference material. Okay, we'll just do it over here. Edge, localhost, 8080. Let's inspect. Now we have script this. So we should get log messages. Failed to load resources. 404 not found. Huh? Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. All right. We did get a new connection. Did we break something here? No, we didn't. We shouldn't have. Maybe we did. Because this is what we load, and then we should be doing this. Which should be sending. Okay. And then this should be running, but this is not running. We're not getting this some message because we should be printing, right? Maybe we don't print anymore. Oh, no. Yeah, we have this print sending too. So we're not sending to the front end anymore for some reason. That's most disconcerting. Thanks for the follow. Clip that. I am not a person. I do believe it was here on Twitch that I have failed multiple times the I'm not a robot test. I don't do it live anymore. I go into the cone of silence just so I can fail those tests in peace. I am definitely not OpenAI's next artificial intelligence. Intelligence. Oh. I'm Devin's cousin. I'm Devin's dented cousin. You can't program better than me. Okay, why are we not calling this? Let's see. Okay, so what did we break? I don't think that we did a whole lot, right? All right, so we have our connection stuff, and why are we not sending anymore? What did I break? So we don't need this because this is the thing that's going to parse the queue. And the reason we don't need this is because down here we don't actually we put it into the queue. But then we go ahead and just send it to the front end because this is how we were testing, right? But this never runs, this sending to. Let's see. We have that handle message. Right, and this is where we're receiving from that front end. That other thread that's just pumping messages to this, right? Okay. Let's do this. Let's jump into main, and this will probably be dumb. And I do only send it every 20 seconds, which is kind of a bummer because we wanted to see stuff delete itself. We'll do everything every 5 seconds for right now. And we will print that we're doing this loop. Sending messages before anything's connected to. All right, let's reconnect. So we got a new connection. It's sending a message, but it isn't working. How did I break this? How did I... Chat, how did I break this? What did I do? Why does this always happen to me? Is it this? I mean, it's not logging it. No. It can't be that because the backend's not even... All right, so we get this TX send. Let's follow this TX. We pass this TX or the RX of the TX into run. So that's this receiver right here, which then gets put into here, which is what we're receiving on. And this is under a Tokyo spawn. So it's spawning. It's spawning. We can, yeah, because we get the listening on right here. So that, yeah, we did get the listening on. So like this is running here. We got connection. Which means then this here should spawn this receiver. It should call receive. I'm an idiot. I just found it. Do you guys see it? What did I do? I made handle message async, and I didn't await this. Deep breaths. I know. All right, so our WebSocket is working now. It was almost like that warning was telling me something. It's weird. You know what? I actually think... Can I turn that on as an error? I feel like not awaiting a future should be an error. When do you want a future and not await it? Is there a time? I think that's such a few amount of times you'd like to ignore those errors specifically. I do believe. I'm probably wrong on that, but that's my hot take for right now. All right. So so I don't think this is working. We got all this to test your, oh, that's not what I wanted. To test this. I don't think this is working because it's not printing. Right? It should print. Let's do what the actual documentation said and do like before message, right? Let's do before message. No, I just restarted it. It should reconnect. See? No thing. I got a WebSocket message. When this appears, this was from a WebSocket message. So there's been a WebSocket message and nothing printed, right? I didn't clear. I just restarted it. Well, I mean, that does clear it. I get it. But this is the WebSocket message. So I think the reason I restarted it is I hadn't restarted it since killing it, which will give a WebSocket error. See, like this WebSocket connection failed. Like, I mean, I did I did kill it. So the only reason I did this is I just wanted to start fresh. Okay, so I don't think this is working, but what I want to try is this. Reload. Did I screw this up more than I thought? Console.log message. Wait. Maybe I'm getting the wrong details. You know what? Let's do this. Let's make this fail-proof. Yeah. Beautiful. I like fail-proof. I am so good at failing. Come on. Oh no. I know. I made a big mistake. This is me. This is on me. Right? I need to... This helper message, do I need to import this? Or is it just part of HTMX? Oh, it looks like it's just part of HTMX because I have HTMX here, right? This right here. .912. That was the latest as of last week, I think. There is HTMX 2, isn't there? I don't know. I used what they recommended here in their docs. I'm just using the docs. Okay, let's see. And this is the WebSocket. Is there a... Wait. Is the events an extension? There's an Alpine extension. Okay, so this is maybe something we need to check out. It doesn't seem like the events requires an extension. So they should just work. HTMX on is this wrong? Is this maybe not correct? I thought it was WS. What was this one? This one did WS. What does their official doc say? The WebSocket. HTMX WS. HTMX WS. There we go. This I have got good feelings about this one. Yes, I do. Let's refresh this. Yeah. Okay. We're running. We're cooking. We've got this. Okay, so this blog post is maybe written by AI. Is there a way to mark this as possibly written by AI? It does. It does. Good point. But why would you write something this month that references a very old version? No. This is like 2 weeks ago, because this would be the month day, right? Year, month, day. Or is it year, day, month? I think it's year, month, day, like this. Not entirely sure exactly with this, but either way, it would have been in the past. Oh. Yeah, this is... I don't know. When was HTMX 1 point? Let's see if Chat GPT knows. So, roughly a year-old version. I don't know what that version had, but I don't know that you would write a blog and write about a year-old version. I don't know. That seems weird to me, but... I am on 9. Wait a second. Wait a second. Am I on a really old version? Wait a second. This is what HTMX.org says to install, right? Let me go to their Git. I'm confused now. 1.9.12. The AIs are against us. This is 100% written by an AI. Because the AIs think it's been released. You think they have a 1.11, 1.10, and a 1.11? I don't think so. I think the AIs are trying to get us. I think this is a conspiracy. Also, I'm fairly positive this was AI generated. I don't know. I don't know. Let's actually read it. HTMX is a JavaScript library that simplifies building dynamic web interfaces using HTML attributes. What is HTMX, and give me some examples. So it's not just straight up copy and paste from 4.0. At least it's not that. Okay. I don't even know where we're at now. What are we doing? We have before messages. We could do after message. All right. And I guess now what we need to look at is the Alpine Morph extension. This becomes the challenge of the next AI game. Okay, so honestly, this is sad. AI articles is terrible. I don't care if you get like if you ask ChatGPT, like if you said, "Hey, I wrote this, could you make it sound better?" I'm a terrible writer. If you see me publish written stuff, I probably have asked ChatGPT to go over it, or a colleague, or somebody. Mostly why I don't publish stuff. But like having AIs write an entire thing without you even trying to run it is just misinforming people. This is just, I don't know. Is there no author? Nobody takes credit for it? Yeah, that's suspicious. No one's taking credit for it? Doubly yeah. Doubly suspicious. Okay. Can I control this? Can I consume this somehow? On before message? Let's see. We were looking at the Alpine Morph. Alpine.js now has a lightweight morph plugin, and this extension allows you to use the swapping mechanism in HTMX, which is necessary to retain Alpine state when you have an entire Alpine components swapped by HTMX. All right. So we'll need to do the Alpine.js stuff like this. All right, let's see. We'll do 1.9. We're not doing at latest on anything. We're just doing the, I mean, it is the latest, but I'll leave these. Okay, and this is Alpine itself. Okay, cool. So in here, let's see. Target, HX target is this. HX extension is Alpine Morph. HX swap is Morph. In above example, all the Alpine X data states, count, replace messages, are preserved, even the entire Alpine component is swapped. I mean, is this really what we want? This doesn't go to solving the problem, right? I need a queue. Problems aren't for solving. Not this morning. Let's see. I don't know that this helps us. I know everyone's trying to be helpful, and I'm either just missing the point. I know this will work. I guess The idea is that we could morph it into being a visible element, one after another. And we could have some sort of JavaScript here that's just running periodically that makes the next one visible. So the queue could be an HTML and we're just flipping through which one's visible. That seems really gross. That seems really gross to me. What is our plan here? What is our plan? I don't know. Toggle bit, not on stream, that's for sure. Every single time I'm like, okay, well, we figured that out. I'm not even sure why we were figuring that out. I'm not sure what we were going to do with that. We got this working. But what does that do for us? I don't know. If people don't know. Togglebit is a fantastic Rust streamer. You should go follow him. All right. So we have this WebSocket and that's all working. It goes to a front end HTMX and that's working. But now we need to regulate how many. Oh, you're really sick? I'm sorry, Toggle. That sucks. Tell you what, one time, a couple years ago, I went to a mountain and then decided to hike around at really high elevations. That doesn't make any sense. Here we'll go. Here we go. And I'm a lowlander. This is, you know, my normal habitat is down here. This is me. And apparently when you go really high up, I mean, we all know the air gets thinner, but it also gets drier, which I didn't realize. I was drinking plenty. That's fine. But I pushed myself hiking around at high altitudes so hard that I like cracked my my throat and like got it infected. And it was like a month recovery. It was like a month. Thankfully, this was before streaming. It sucked. Sorry. There's my... I don't know why what you said made me think of that. But there's my getting sick story. I also don't know what I'm doing at this point going forward. I need to think about what I'm doing going forward, because I'm not sure. With Alpine, I can keep some state, which is cool. And maybe in this X data, I could keep JSON. But do you know what's weird? Is I don't send JSON anymore. I send HTML because that's what HTMX does. So I can't store. Maybe I could store. Can I? Does Alpine let me store HTML? Could I store a JSON array of HTML? I think I could, right? I think I could. But Morph isn't going to allow me to do that. That's not what Morph is doing, right? Because the Morph is going to allow me to take one element into another element, which that doesn't work anyways. What am I building? That's a really good question. Right now, I'm building a big list of questions. Big list of questions. I'm making a face. Don't listen to Togglebit. Take back my follow. If you went and just followed Togglebit like you should have because I asked you to, and I don't know why you should have because I asked you to. That's a weird statement in and of itself, but you should now go and unfollow him for that statement. Good point, Russell. If Togglebit has no counter joke, he must be feeling ill. Do get better. All right. So morph isn't necessarily what we want here because morphing this into another thing isn't what we want. We want to actually keep that state. We need to take what we're sending over HTMX as a message and shove it into a queue. This isn't going to work. I think we have to go back to my original plan where we do this garbage, where we have the queue, we make the send the message, we pause, we delete the message, we pause, we send another one. What are we using? Okay, so let me, I guess for everybody that's new, that's joining in, let me talk about what we're doing. So today we have a lot of things going on. In about an hour and 10 minutes, we're going to stop doing this and we're going to do some recorded messages or some recorded videos, like some live videos that I'm going to post on my Bytes channel. We're going to do some basic scaling. We're going to do DNS records. We're going to do the edges a lie, and Kate's does not scale. Maybe we won't do all of those. I'm not sure we'll get to all of them, but we have a short Rust class to do with just a little bit of Rust to write up. And then we have a short Kubernetes class as well to do. So we're going to do all of those things starting at noon, hopefully ending before 3 because that's my cutoff. Right now, we're working on our Twitch alerts. So if you want to go hit that follow button, you can see our current Twitch alerts. Our current Twitch alerts have some problems. One of those problems is I can't pause them. So when I'm recording one of these videos right like this, what I have to do is I have to just turn them off completely, which isn't cool because we have really advanced Twitch alerts that automatically they're AI powered. They're AI powered Twitch alerts. And they get saved to a database and there's a bunch of stuff. So we don't really want to pause them, or we don't really want to stop them. We want to pause them so that we can replay them after recording the video or interviewing the person or whatnot. So that's what we're doing right now. That being said, in the rewrite to use the queue in the backend, we thought, hey, this now sounds like all the states in the backend. The queue that we can pause is all in the backend. It sounds like the perfect HTMX application. Is it the perfect HTMX? If this is the perfect HTMX application, it's painful. It's been painful. We decided, hey, let's try this HTMX again. I know that I made a thing about HTMX and people doubted that I had used it enough. They doubted that I didn't drink enough Kool-Aid before making my video. So I'm drinking some more Kool-Aid. We're trying to do it in HTMX and we'll see. We'll see. Spicy take incoming. I already gave the spicy take. Look, I think HTMX has solidly seen problems and tried to make a solution. It doesn't mean that I like the solution for several reasons. One, like we're talking about right now, one of the problems we have with this is we're literally sending HTML. See this message detail? This message is HTML that we're sending to the front end. What does that mean? Well, we can't put it in like regular JavaScript things because it's not JavaScript. It's not a JSON object. It's HTML. Now, maybe we can do something, but this sounds really janky. We could possibly put it in some sort of Alpine list in a JavaScript object as HTML. We could possibly do that. But did we make our system simpler? I'm always looking for the simpler system. Right now, U seems like a simpler system to me, to be honest. We're solving so many problems that U, React, Vue, Svelte have just already solved. And we're manually solving them because our framework doesn't solve them for us. Oh, I don't. This is like some ad on their thing. Ew. 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 I don't know if that was a spicy take. That was just my current feelings. My current feelings are stressed. I'm streaming this and I'm stressed. Okay, so what are we doing? What are we doing? We can go back to my original thing, but people seem to not like this idea. They thought that this was not a great idea. We have intercepted these, but what can we do with them now? I mean, we could do our own DOM updates here. We could like do our own DOM updates with an actual JavaScript or HTML. Do our own thing. But that seems wrong. I mean, at this point, if this is the solution here, I vote for ditching it. Like, if I just have to write my own front-end framework, did I gain anything? I don't think so. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We have this. The other thing that we haven't talked about is Hyperscript. People have recommended Hyperscript. Hyperscript. Scott B, how are you doing? What OS am I using? Sorry, I didn't see that until earlier. You guys put me in a place. If I say it, then I'm just memeing. If I don't say it, then it's like I ignored your question. I use Arch, by the way. I didn't even know that was a meme. Okay. How does Hyperscript help me? Hypercard? Okay. Let's okay, but this is like scripting in the div. It doesn't like dark mode. Well, too bad that, I mean, like, that looks bad, but I'm sorry, it's gonna have to stay dark mode. It's like JavaScript, but with more hype. Okay, I'm... Look, everyone. I have to give this a good try, because I will make a video on this. And I want everybody to know that I gave it a good try. And so if they want to say something mean about, I haven't actually drank enough of the Kool-Aid, I want to be able to say, no, I drank a lot of Kool-Aid and it just gave me a tummy ache. That's what I want to be able to say. Or maybe something finally clicks, and that will be great. But I'm trying. Variables, scoping, Global variables are globally available. Thank you for that. Thank you. That's amazing. How do I make a global variable? What's the point of drinking the Kool-Aid? Okay, so this. I wouldn't necessarily call myself a content creator, but I'm like half of that. I'm half of that. And I take it very seriously. When I make a video, I take it seriously that I want to help people. I don't want to get views because I hyped something. I don't want to do something. I want to understand problems. I want to understand the problems you guys are having. I want to try to help you solve those. I want to help you build your career. And I want to help push the industry in a good direction. The point of me putting myself through this is so that I can tell you guys stuff. Now, I could just say, I'm not going to use anything since 1999. There's been hype around Rust, but Rust is actually pretty awesome. So to actually understand if something is hype or crap, you actually have to try it. You have to learn it to a certain extent. And if there's one thing that I want to be able to do is I want to be able to look at you guys in the eyes or in the camera lens and tell you my honest opinion, but not from a point of me wanting to get you guys to have clicks or views or whatnot. But if you guys are actually wanting my opinion, but also an opinion that I developed over time. And so some of that is, you know, I did a to-do app and people didn't think that that was enough. Maybe it's not, maybe it is. I don't know. This felt like a really good time to try. This application felt like it had a lot of really good things going for HTMX. And so I thought this was a good one to give it another try. So that's what we're doing. So if you're wondering why I would drink the Kool-Aid, it's a lot for you guys. My company is not going to use HTMX. We already have so much written in a different framework. It wouldn't make sense. So I don't think that there's going to be a job for me in learning HTMX. I do it because I like to help. And if me doing this can provide some sort of fun entertainment, if you guys like to see me sweat, as well as a little bit of education, then I'm happy. Then I'm happy. All right, so this is a no-go. We're not going to do our own thing. We can do a global variable. We can do a global foo. Let's see, variable scoping, variable names and scoping. How do I make a list? The hyperscript zoo. This seems horrifying. This seems horrifying. Has a number of other symbols that are automatically available depending on the context that makes your scripting life more convenient. Result, it's the result of the last command. Okay. Me, my, I, the element that, oh my goodness. I'm keeping it I love these segments. Oh no. What did I misread? Oh, where am I in the point of drinking Kool-Aid? Oh no. I Oh, dang it. Out of context content. Okay, so like I said, I'm a really bad reader. There you go. Where am I? I don't know exactly. Like, I don't know exactly. I have to tell you that, like, and you know, I'm not even gonna say I'm familiar with you. I can tell you that I can do everything that I need to do in you in about an hour. And I'm not even to a point where I know exactly how to do this. I have one way that nobody likes because it's kind of gross. And it has some caveats, like, what if a WebSocket connection connected right here and it gets this delete? I think this should be fine, but it's a little weird. So, and this is kind of gross. This is kind of gross, but this is what people want, right? All the state goes to your back end. But I don't think that this is a simpler architecture. And I don't think it made the overall complexity of my application go down. So at this point, we're exploring, is there an easier way to do this? Using something like HyperScript. Reading is for nerds. Streaming is super difficult. Like, I have a lot of respect for a lot of the people that code and stream and do it a lot better than I do, because I code so much better when I'm not streaming, because to me, this is like being interviewed. I get just as nervous when I have to do a coding interview. And that's horrible. And it's absolutely horrible. I think it's gotten better. I feel like it's gotten better. But sometimes when you do something so at this point, it's better in general when I'm doing it. But it's those times when I'm like missing something really dumb. Like 2 weeks ago, I missed something really dumb in the Rust class. I missed an import. And I sat there for like 10 minutes, like just blanking on the fact that it was an import in a different file that I hadn't opened. And I didn't immediately jump to just building in the compiler that would have listed out everything. And it was hard to recover from that. It's those types of things. Interviewing 4 times a week for years sounds like the Google interview process. Oh, you treat it like a pair session? That's... All right. We have the HyperScript zoo. We're going to move on from this because this hurts me a little bit. Okay, did we install HyperScript? I do not think we did. We will do it now because, you know, why not? Why not? Why not have HyperScript in here? Now let's try it. Can I do this? Can I do this down here and here? Can I just do something like, can I do the log? Can I do this in the script tag? Does this work? That's what they're doing here, right? I mean, they're doing it in the script. Oh, they have to do type HyperScript. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. Yeah. Now, I don't know how to do this HTMX on with the HyperScript. But don't halt the event. Log, mouse down. All right. Can I just put type in here? This won't work, right? I can't mix and match. I can't put HyperScript in my JavaScript. But then my question goes, how do I put HyperScript? How do I do this HTMX on in HyperScript? I didn't want to delete that. I just want to delete that. There we go. How do I uppercase a word in Vim? Oh, I'm glad you asked. I studied for this, Togglebit. All right, so Togglebit, close your eyes. Close your eyes. So, you know, I don't want to spoil the secret for the other people wanting to take the pop quiz. Now that Togglebit has closed his eyes, I'm going to capitalize HTMX. All right, Togglebit, open your eyes. Done. Done. Did you see that? It's like a blink of the eye. Like I said, I don't want to spoil it for the other people. Okay. You know what? Let me try to remember. It was G capital something. G capital U MX. I have no idea. What was it? Let me ask ChatGPT. In Vim, how do I lowercase a word? Okay, you know, W is going to be in there. W is going to be in there. Okay. Wait, that did not work. I think it's lying to me. So it would be go lowercase. Is it L for lowercase or little u for lowercase? So GUIW. There we go. GUIW. I got it. Wait. Let me read the explanation. Go uppercase inward. Okay. So I can't do G capital U W. Oh, I need the I to get the whole word unless if I was starting at the start. I got it. Got it. Okay. Cool. Okay. So I don't see a good way. Actually, one second. I said that. Can I create an array? Okay, so I can create an array in HyperScript. Now, how do I write HyperScript? Using JavaScript. Okay. Here we go. Calling Java. Any JavaScript function may be called directly from HyperScript. Okay. Inline JavaScript. Inline JavaScript may be defined using the JS keyword. Okay. Equals IP. Ooh, equals IP. That didn't work really well. I don't think that did what it was supposed to do. Right? Equals IT. I mean, that I don't know that looks better than what Vim's doing. The language server seems to be doing better job. Unless if we just want everything to look like this. I feel like this doesn't look as good as what the LSP is going to do. Maybe this is just a HTML thing. Oh, okay, okay. I see what you're saying. So like to get some things on a line or whatnot. I got it. Okay, equals IP. Wait. I would be, what's the P stand for? Oh, paragraph. I got it. Okay, cool. I'll try to remember that one. All right, so we got to build a queue. I feel like I'm just going to go back to what I was originally going to try to do. I feel like this is... we could build the WebSocket with this. But then we're just sidestepping HTMX. I feel like if we do WebSockets with this, then we just legitimately sidestepped using HTMX, right? And then would we make it in Java? 1 second. Hyperscript and HTMX. HTMX example. Oh, everybody listen to Togglebit if you want to learn about Vim. He is very good at it. I am just learning. Don't listen to me. All right. We're going, you know what? Because I just want to actually write some code, I'm going to go towards my path. This might be the wrong path. Oh. This might be the wrong path, but it's the one that makes sense to me at this point. Like the other ways with like hyperscript and everything, seems like I'm going to write my own front end library here, whether it's in hyperscript or JavaScript or whatnot. It feels like I'm just going to be writing my own DOM manipulation here, and it's simple DOM manipulation, so we could do it. Like there's not a problem with that. Just, is it what we want? Like that wasn't the goal here, not to write our own simple DOM manipulator. Okay, so let's just do what I was going to do. I'll look at these and I'll noodle on them, because like I'll think about this as I'm going to sleep. How we could use like hypertext and maybe do this cleaner. It's just not striking me in the face right now. It's just not. That's probably the solution, actually, is that none of these front-end scripting languages have done it correctly. So I should just create my own. Probably the null script is what we should write. I wanted to make a video of this, but like it's so much work and the video probably wouldn't get that many views. But I wanted to make a null language, which was all about manipulating null pointers. Like it's a lot of work, but I wanted like the whole thing to being like a language about learning memory, basically, because it would all be about effectively utilizing random memory. Different null script though. That was the, well, I was gonna call it the null lang, but you know, same thing. A senior front end developer. Bell Labs, hire me. A reactive language in the browser. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Togglebit's here. He's gonna say multi-line, and I'm gonna say, I wish. All right, Togglebit, how do I do multi-line again? I want to uncomment all of these. I somehow always screw this up. Let's see. Vim multi-line. You want your websites to segfault every so often? All right. I don't know what Vim commentary is. I thought that was you. I thought you were the Vim commentary. What is Vim commentary? Oh. Seems like a cool plugin. This is fantastic. Oh, and it uncomments too. Yeah. No more toggle. I won't ask you any more questions. Sorry. Go rest. If you want, I can talk in a lower tone to you. Something more soothing and relaxing. Just sit back and relax in your chair and code along with me as we go on this journey. This journey through Vim commentary. I hope that you like this journey with me, and we'll go ahead and get this. We'll go ahead and get this installed in our. I'm sorry, I can't do that anymore. Let's go ahead and install this. Oh yeah, should I do the low jazz, the soft jazz engineering, soft jazz engineering? Let's see. We will just open up our config and let's see, we have a NeoVim here. Go full code, Ross. Oh, we're gonna make some happy code over here. Some happy code. I don't know where we import. Let's see, plugins. All right, we're just gonna make a happy little plugin over here. That's right, happy little plugins over here. I think all we have to do Let's see. No, not that at all. Let's see. Did I? Yeah, I did. Is that all that I have to do in there? I do .get though, right? Yeah, I do .get. All right. Now I just have to get out and back in, I think, right? Yeah. And that's gonna load up those. Some happy little bugs. Yak and Cheers, thank you so much for the follow. Join again for some happy little bugs as we explore this work of art. It's not a work of art. Not a work of art. Okay, it looks installed. Looks installed. Okay, what were we? Okay, no. We weren't in here. Lib, going over here. Oh no. Okay. We were going over here. This uncommenting. Now, how do we use this? Comment stuff out. Use GCC to comment out a line. Takes a count. And GC to comment out the target of a motion. Okay. So GCC. So it would be like, oh, I thought it takes a line count. I was going to give it 6. Oh, maybe I need to do 6 GCC. So let's do 5 GCC. Oh, almost. I miscounted. But, other than that, it was basically perfect. Basically. Okay. I don't know that we want to call handle message in here. Handle message is going to be this, which handle message is going to put it in the queue. This, we shouldn't call handle message, right? No. Because on this, we should just process the queue, which is going to do this stuff. And we're just going to do it all in line for right now. It should probably be in its own function. I agree. But, let's try the formatting. It equals IP. That was not great. Let's just have Russ do it. There we go. Okay. So what we need to do now is this handle message is getting it from the state. Okay, so we need the state in here too. Let's do Q state equals connection. This isn't the queue's state, but the queue's connection state. Okay. Well, Dark Viper, my best recommendation is to just make something out of it. When you say what is it used in, a lot of people like to put languages as only one thing, but that's not really true. You can do anything with any language. Sure, some languages are predisposed to being better at things. So let's talk about like garbage collection. So most garbage collected languages are system languages because, or are not system languages because a lot of the times you're looking at that efficiency and those gains and stuff that you can get. So they don't lend themselves to those types of things where you're trying to do critical things. Or let's talk about embedded, where there's low resource overhead. So there's definitely languages that lend themselves. Rust, I would say, because it's not garbage collected, a lot of people group it into a system language, which it can absolutely do and do well. But I think that it's really good for microservice as well, to be fair. Just a little service. I think that it's fantastic for that as well. Yeah. So in about 30 minutes, we're going to do the Rust class. And in that class, we're working on a way over-engineered to-do application. So if you want to join with that, my goal is to get you writing the Rust, is to actually get you writing it. So join in and write some of that code. Okay, so TX. Oh, okay. This is what did we? Oh, that's right. That's right. We need to do this for every. Yeah. Okay, so these are all the WebSockets that we have connected to, and so when we're talking about this, we need to do this for every WebSocket connection we have. So the more clients we have connected, the more times we got to send this. Okay. Oh. Okay, right. This is an optional. So let's go ahead and unwrap that up here. So basically with this queue, if it's none, it means there was no nothing in the queue. So if there's nothing in the queue, we're going to do a slight pause and we're going to just continue because we're inside of a loop. So let's do that. Oh my gosh. Some message. We'll check every second or something in the queue. Yeah, that will be. We'll process the queue every second. Actually, we could do like half a second. All right, so if there is no message, we sleep, we continue, we move on. Then we're going to build the HTMX. We're going to send that. This is actually the Q connection state. QUE connection state. Wait. No, this is not the Q. Yeah, this is the Q connection state. Okay, yeah. We're not using the connection state, are we? Yeah, good. Okay, the Q connection state. Oh, wait. We've got to lock that, right? What is this? What type is this? Just did we? Yeah, we have to lock and unwrap that state. Okay. Let's now this can just be state. We shouldn't call it state though. WebSocket state. That's what it is. WebSocket state. Okay. What did we future cannot be sent between threads safely. The trait marker send is not implemented with mutex guard. Okay. So we didn't do an arc mutex, did we? On our state. No, we did. It is an arc mutex. So it should be sendable and receivable. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Wait, where did the error go? Let's just do this. We'll just do. No. That's a terrible amount of time. We'll do everything. Will display for 5 seconds for right now. Oh, I think it was trying to return this through the thread. Maybe. We'll see. Oh wait, we got the error back. Future cannot be sent between threads safely. We're not almost done, Dutch. We're not almost done. Okay, so I'm. Okay. So I see what I'm doing here. I see what I'm doing. Okay, so what's happening is I'm holding this lock across awaits. We should probably not do that. Okay. We don't need this check. Let's take that out. And then what we need to do is we need to let go of the lock right here. Right, so we need to basically let go of this lock right after popping one off the front of it. So can we do something like this? Let message equals, we'll do something like this, right? And then let's jump to the end of this, and we will do this. All right. So that means the lock will lock again once we've popped this right here off the front. Okay, so that should be good. Now we're still doing something across this one. Okay, we're locking this state here again, and trying to hold it across this. So we just need to basically isolate this lock, and we can drop. We shouldn't be waiting with the lock held anyways. This is why I love Rust so much. This just saved us from a nasty bug, right? Because without this, what would have happened if it allowed us to lock or do what we were doing here? We would have been holding this lock over a 5-second wait. That would have been terrible. That would have been terrible. I've never built an SSR report from scratch. It's cool to have that experience though. Xcoding, how are you? I never need to, probably. Okay. So. Preparing for some bug fixes. I am just trying to figure out how to make HTMX actually work. That's all I'm doing. Let's actually just copy this. So we basically just need to do this again. Now, we could use the Tokyo lock. Tokyo actually has a lock that you can hold across awaits. If you need to hold a lock across an await. I generally think it's bad because then you're just holding the lock for... I mean, it's good if you need that, but otherwise it's best to avoid doing it. Okay, so what we need here is to basically just do this. Give an empty one. Is there like a delete? I actually would just prefer this element not exist. Okay, delete. So then we'll send the delete notification, and then we'll sleep for pause a bit before running queue again. Yeah, just a little bit. All right, this should work, right? Yeah, it's gonna work. It compiled. That's a first step. All right. It should wait 5 seconds, clear it. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh my goodness. That's sweet. So it clears it, waits half a second, displays the next message in the queue. All right, so what is this code doing? This code is actually doing this diagram right here. So this is our Twitch alerts. This is like the revamping of our Twitch alerts. And what the backend server is doing is it's building a queue. So actually, let's test that. We can make the queue actually build up because we can jump over here. Let's see, and we can say every second have a new, this is just simulating getting a Twitch alert. So we'll have one every second, but it displays for 5 seconds. So then we can go over here, do this, and you can see what we're doing is we're displaying a Twitch event, a Twitch alert. We're removing it and we're displaying the next one. Now, that being said, we are filling up the queue. If our admin page was working, you would be able to see a very long queue of alerts. This only shows the last one, though. This is supposed to be the queue up here. This is like the last one. Yeah, anyways. Cool. I don't know why I didn't go straight to this. I got sidetracked trying to do it in a nicer way. Oh, right. So let's go back to why we're locking. And we don't hold that lock. But yeah, let's go why we're locking. So we'll step through what we're doing here. This is just the thread. This spawn here is the thread to basically pump the queue. And so what it's doing is it's checking the queue, which has to be locked because the queue gets another thread shoves messages into the queue, and it drops the lock to the queue right here. So like it pops an event out of the queue and then drops it. And then here we're basically if there's nothing in the queue, and this is none, we just sleep and we try again in half a second. If there was something, we send the message to the front end. This is the next lock, which we have this bracketed here. So this is the scope here. So we lock this, and these are our WebSockets. So we have to lock because we're taking ownership of the WebSockets. And then we're sending everything across to any group that's listening. Because like I said, we're going to have at least 2 because the admin portal that I'll be using, let's see, the admin, that was 8080/admin. So the idea here is that I'm going to be able to stop the queue when we're recording videos and stuff or doing interviews, and then we're going to be able to play it again. But you can see here that we can get the messages in both places. So we have 2 people connected. So that should be pretty cool. Okay. So we drop the lock here. We pause for a little bit. This is the amount of time to display the message. And then we basically go ahead and delete the notification. We pause for half a second, and then we go through the queue again, which would display another one. And this is just some test apparatus that I have here that is just sending a message every 1 second. there's two different clients. Or there can be. I plan on there being, because basically I want to have this, not that you guys can't see it, but I want to have this open up on another screen where I can see it at all times. That's the idea. And it'll give me the latest one. It will give me the events, like the last 5 events. It will tell me if there's text to speech, and we'll be able to play one. So, yeah. Yeah. It's still a work in progress. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to run an ad. Then we're going to come back, and we're going to do the Rust class. Yeah. Have a delete for the text to speech. So we're going to do this with our AI. And I'm basically going to try to get the AI to moderate all of it. And basically, I'm going to try to get the AI to have just a little fun with an inappropriate message. So if it's, and this is where we're going to have to play around with it a little bit. If it's inappropriate, we're going to have to have something, I feel like. Yeah, basically another Nightbot. It will be terrible. Dutch, you get moderated all the time. Okay, I'm gonna take like a 15-minute break because I've been streaming now for, I don't know, 2.5, 3 hours. I don't know if I can. This session says 2 hours and 20 minutes. So I think it's been about 2 hours and 20 minutes. So I'm going to take a quick break. I say quick. It's going to be about 15 minutes. And then we'll be around for round 2. Do you guys, we'll start with the Rust and the Kubernetes. We're going to keep these Rust and Kubernetes lessons really short. And then we're going to go on with basic scaling, DNS records, edge is a lie, and Kubernetes does not scale. We're going to do those topics and see how many we get done. I will never do a CSS class. For that, I'm leaving you with this beautifulness. And I will run some Oxide ads. Thank you for reminding me. I'm just going to do this really quickly. We're just going to write a quick be right back. All right. I'll be right back. You can bask in the glory of my CSS. Bask in it. All right. Now that you brought it up, though, I did find out that there's Twitch events for those things. And so the same system that handles all of this can handle our be right back and everything. So yes, hopefully that all gets added to this. Oh, CSS only? No. Be right back. Enjoy your Oxide ads. What's up? What happened? All right. Let's get rid of all this. We don't need it. Ah, Cypher. That's awesome. I'm glad. I'm happy. I need to do a rag myself one of these days. I have actually something that I'm working on in, well, I say I'm working on. We're in like the early planning phases of something with art. One of our DevRel people. I'm not a DevRel person. But I either might do some of it on stream, but we might have a little fun project that we're going to do. So stay tuned for that. We're working on the details right now. Like I said, I'm not a DevRel person, so oops, day 8. All right, so we're on day 8. One thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually push this code to a Git repository. Because there was people that were asking if I could do that. So, let's go ahead and do that. What we're going to do is actually get out of here into code, mkdir live learning result. Actually, we don't need to do this at all. This was silly of me. What we're going to do is we're going to move the result folder because that's kind of what I'm shooting towards. Although it's very wrong at this point. It's very wrong. We've changed stuff as we've gone, which have been for the better, and I've liked it for that. But it's a little wrong at this point. I do need to spend some time updating it to be more in line with what we're doing now. Hello, Wildler. Hello, how are you? We're just going to move this to code, live learning Rust result. All right, cool. Then we'll do git init. Ooh, can I do this? Ooh, I don't know. I don't know if I can do this without looking it up. Okay, so I've initialized it. I need to make a Git repo for it now, right? GitHub. Let's make a Git repo for it. Let's new repo in the null channel called Rust Live Learning. All right, it's public. A branch per day is probably, so that's what I've done with the database. I've done it per branches, which you can do fine. So the reason it hasn't been a Git repository before now, right? But people were saying, oh, I want to join, but I didn't start at the beginning, which makes sense. And the reason I hadn't been publishing it was because my hope and goal was to get people to write some code along with me, because I know that you can, I think seeing these sterilely all by themselves is not as helpful as actually getting in there and doing it. So that was my goal. But if there are people that haven't been doing it every single week and want to, you know, because they weren't here or couldn't join or whatnot, it'd be nice. So it's gonna lag a week. So there's gonna be a week lag with what's there, but you know, I'll do that. So. All right, blank repository. Now, I didn't, it's not completely blank. It has a license with an initial commit, which makes this probably a little bit more painful. We're going to copy this and we're going to add that to here. Maybe we break it out. We might be able to break it out. Error day 2 does not have a wait, git add. Wait, what is this error? Error, day 2 does not have a commit checked out. Adding files failed. What does it mean? What? All right, let's go back to here. Let's add this as a remote. I'm just going to go through the steps of adding this as a remote. Git remote. Oh, is day 2 a Git repository? Check it out. It's not a Git repository though, but wait, did I misspell it? Licenc. Oh, SE. SE. Well, you know, we'll just do it. We'll do it both ways. That way, I'm being as inclusive as possible. I'm, you know, getting my European friends out there. They can have a license file. My American friends can have a license file. That was all part of the plan. All part of the plan. Please. Git remote add. I should not have had this have a license file, because it's going to make it more painful. Because if it didn't have any commits, I could just do the remote and then I'd be fine. But because of that, I'm going to have to like force step on it, right? Let's see, because I don't want it. I don't want what it has. Let's see. Oh my god. I wasn't even checking. Okay. We're gonna have to do this. Day 3. I must have accidentally gotten a... I'm sorry. We'll start the Rust class in just a second. In just a second. I mean, I did just copy these. Like each day was a copy of the previous day. So I don't know. It was never a Git repository though. I must have accidentally done Git init on it somehow. I could have done that. Boston, Mass. That would have been better. That would have been better. I didn't do that. I just, I'm done though. I'm done now. I'm done now. So let's see. How are we going to do this? Just git commit locally, then pull with rebase. Yes. Agreed. I still have to set the origin, but oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. There we go. We'll do that. We'll do that. That will make it faster. It's taking it a little while to I'm worried. Why is it taking so long to do a git add? How many files are in this? Shouldn't be that many, right? It's a small Rust project. This is terrifying. Oh, it doesn't have any of the Rust. Oh, one second. We gotta fix this. Yeah. Let's see. Git vim git ignore. So what we want is a do I have to go through, let's see. I'm going to have to go through and remove git reset, git add, git ignore, git commit -m, added git ignore, status, git add. There we go. That's better. Fast, quick, 61, git status. Beautiful. That's what I was expecting. Not the horrors of the other one. All right. Git add. All right, git commit -m init repo day 8. I think we'll do the branches. I'll do this later though, where we'll make a branch for each, and then what we need is a really good README on the main branch that explains that. That's what I think we'll do. I think it's good. For right now, we'll do this. Okay, so git remote add. we're not going to add, we're going to set the URL for origin. Get remote, set URL origin. This. Get remote add origin. Get fetch origin. Get rebase origin main. Get push. Oh, I messed up. Stop that. I did the HTTPS. This is annoying. I have an SSH key, just not with this user. I screwed that up. Shoot. Which means we need to do set URL. Cool. All right. So. Wait, did I make it? Oh, it did master. Blah. Instead of main. Get. Let's just do a pull request. Merge that new pull request. We'll do this one. Create pull request. I'm a dum-dum. Merge that. And then we'll delete this one. Can I delete this through the UI? Is there an easy way to do that through the UI? I've never tried. Delete. All right. There we go. We're not actually, yeah, we can just do get pull. This should be a fast forward. Yeah. Okay, we're ready. We're ready. So you can now go here and get the code we've done so far. That was more painful than it should have been, but it is what it is. Here at the Null channel, we always make things more painful than it should be. What's the fun of doing something if it's not a little painful? All right, welcome everybody. And here today is day 8 of our Learning Rust class. We're building a to-do app together. We do it live and it's here on Twitch. If you're seeing this in a past recording, you can check out the repository, but please join us live. It's a great place to ask questions and comment. But we have a lot more going on today than just the Rust class. We're going to do a little Kubernetes afterwards. And then as soon as we're done with a little bit of Kubernetes, we're moving on to some distributed system questions that I've been asked in at least once. And if you have a question that you'd like to be done and answered live on Twitch or on stream, go ahead and leave it in a comment or in the Discord, and I'll get it added to the list and we'll do it. All right, so let's jump in to our Rust for today. Turn the music off. I should be able to do this where I turn it off to stream, but I still have it. I can't do that right now. So, all right. Day 8. What are we learning? What are we learning? So let's get into day 8. What we're going to do, you're going to see a change. You know how I have each one of these days as a different day? After this week, we're going to have a branch for each day. And I might do that on stream, but I won't do it right now. We'll have a branch for each day that you can check out. And that will be a little bit cleaner than all these different folders. Again, I never put the code in a repository because the goal is for you to be writing your own code, because that's the best way I've learned to learn is by actually trying things, experimenting, and failing. So yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it. All right. So let's just recap really quickly where we left off. Last week, we learned how we can organize our code. We made these different ways of doing this. We put all of our routes that are our HTTP routes in their own file or module in Rust. We put our types in their own module. That way we didn't have this circular dependency. And then we made another one for storage where you could put your own storage backend. So if you wanted to support something other than SQLite, you could do that here and keep it all nice and tidy. So that's pretty awesome. Now, on top of that, we can check out our routes. We have several good routes. We have get to-dos, which is giving us all of our to-dos. We can see that our return, even though it's JSON, is statically typed to a vector of to-dos. We have a post to-do that takes specifically, even though it's JSON, a statically typed to-do. And we have this root one that returns this. Now, what we're going to do today is a little bit of cleanup, a little bit of addition to some things that we need. We're just going to leverage some of this, and we're going to take questions that you guys might be having, and we're going to set the repository up for next week, because next week we're adding a second service that uses gRPC to communicate with this service. So we're going to make another service that uses gRPC to communicate between these two services, and we're going to set that up. So we're going to set this up as a workspace after doing some stuff. Okay. So, let's get into it. Questions. Go for it. I'm going to get by expanding on this API. We probably want some way to delete a stored to-do, and we don't have one of those yet. So I'm going to start with the function. We're just going to start it right here. So it's going to be a public function because we're going to use it outside of this module. It's going to be async. You know what? And we're going to get rid of Copilot because that's not what we want. Okay, let me disable Copilot. Wait, I'm misspelling something. I could just do it again for you guys, but let me look up Copilot disable. I feel like I was spelling it right. Copilot. One second. What am I mistyping? Oh. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I think it's case sensitive. There we go. Case sensitive for the win. All right. Okay, so we want to be able to delete a to-do. This is going to be a web request, so we're going to add our state that we want. So remember, our state is how we're passing the database. We can go look at this state, and this is an SQLite pull. So we're gonna need that. So we'll do state to do state. And then we'll also need a ID of one that we'd like to delete. So that's all we really need here is we'll just need an ID. So we'll just do JSON payload. What was our was it an I-64? I think it's an I-64 because it's a auto increment. I don't remember. We'll check in just a second. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it was. All right. We could do a type wrapper. We'll get to this on whether we want to make a type wrapper or actually an actual JSON type. You know, kind of like we did with our to do, because maybe we'd like in our delete to add more stuff. There's possibilities there. So let's do. We could actually just send up the whole JSON object if we'd like, but. We'll return a status code, and what we'll do is we'll actually return the to-do if it exists. Yeah, I understand. I don't know if I don't generally do a ton of that. One second. I'm not sure if you guys could hear that, but it was super annoying. Somebody was up there like, I don't know, doing a very repetitive sound. I have no idea. Sorry about that. Okay. So let's work on this. You do a lot of the types, so I don't know. We'll come back to it. I go back and forth on when do you start obfuscating too much that like it was an I-64 versus being super helpful. You know, I think that the type aliases are really, really helpful when it's something that's going to be used a lot, and or when you want to change it a lot, especially when you want to change it a lot. And I know that there's libraries to like do that dynamically for you. I don't know. I'm torn on the practice. Okay, so we want to delete a to-do. We'll return the to-do that we deleted. So we're going to need some SQL for this. So let's write an SQL function for this. We have our SQLite in here, and we're going to do a delete pub async async function delete to do. All right. I64 ID I64. That's not what I meant to do. Mute. Actually, it's just this right here. We'll just yank that there. We'll post that there. All right, so we have our SQLite connection, and I think that's all we need. And we'll do the result, this right here. I think. We'll see. All right. So this is our function to delete a to-do. Now what we'd like to do is also return whatever we've deleted. So let's write a query for that. I'm just gonna quickly grab this to make it a little bit faster. Yank that, execute that, and then we'll do, you see here the database URL, so we can actually export that into our environment so that it stops complaining. But let's do this. Oh. Okay, one second. All right. Delete. This will be ID. Does SQLite delete return? Does SQL delete return value? Yeah. Okay. Well, no, that's Postgres. I meant SQLite. Oh, does SQLite? I should have typed light. After doing the select, all the important data is in the cache, so the delete will run quickly. Okay, so it doesn't. That is where we need to do a select first. All right, manage blah, blah, the above code. Remove the rows remark to delete and return the names of those. Quick example using Python, insert into, delete from, where returning name. Do we really want to? In my original one, we didn't actually return. We didn't actually return the delete. I thought it would be nice, but maybe it's not. I don't know. What do you guys think? I'm just gonna leave it as not for right now. We'll go back and fix it. And then we can add that later if we want. All right, so we'll delete from to-dos ID. Looks good. We need our where. Where. So where our ID is equal to ID, and then these are our values that we're using, which is just our ID. All right, so let's go ahead and update the database URL, and that will give us an insight into whether this is actually working or not. So we can do that. We can do, let's see. export database URL, and now it's in the environment, and that should now we should have errors here. Okay, cool. So error return from database near values a syntax. Okay, so boom. Expected 0 parameters got 1. Expected 0. Oh, yeah, because we're not passing that in anymore. There we go. All right. Oh, wait. I made a mistake. Didn't I? What? Invisible Man? How are you doing? Thanks for the raid. I'm just brain farting on why this is wrong. So let's just look up the SQLite. SQLX. Here we go. We'll look up their example really quickly. Examples. I am just brain farting. Here we go. Oh, they don't do a delete. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Oh. It's this. Yeah. It's this right here. I screwed this up. It's just this, right? The values is the mistake, 100%. Thanks for the follow. Okay. Oh, you know what we didn't do? There we go. So yeah. Okay. No, I definitely did screw this up. Good on me. There we go. So we're just going to delete from to-dos where ID is equal to our ID that we're passing in. Yep. And that should then remove them. And we have our SQLite browser, so we can actually test this pretty easy, right? So let's open that up and we actually have to tie this into our route, right? We didn't actually do anything with it. So here we need to actually we can just copy and paste. This is easy. We just need this. Yep. So that's our SQLite. And then we can do our SQLite. What did we call it? We called it delete to do. Yeah. Delete to do. Not delta, delete. And that will take our connection. And our payload. Okay. It does not like that. Let's jump up to the top here and include delete to do. All right, we imported it. You know what? Yeah. We're not going to do this because we did name it the same thing twice, didn't we? We'll call this one delete to do. Well, I mean, this is like the route, so we'll just call it route. Yeah, that's kind of dumb, but the other thing, okay, you know what? Actually, this is a good learning experience. Let's go back. We have this naming conflict. We have a function that's called delete to do in our SQLite, and we have a delete to do here. Now, we could change the name of this, but let's say we really like how they're both named. What we'll do is we just delete that and we don't import it. And what we can do is fully qualify this this delete to do. So instead of doing this here, we can do storage SQLite delete to do. So this is now a fully qualified name. Fail to resolve use of undeclared crate or module storage. 1 second. Crate. Sorry. Not create. Crate. All right. I'll get it. I'll get it. Crate storage. Also wrong. Storage. All right. Yep. Now we're cooking. Okay. So this is a way that you can then not have the naming conflicts. Mismatched types, expected. Oh, okay. So this is returning. This is fine. We can just go here and put this on here. We need to basically, the connection is second. Yes. Okay. It's still complaining about our return, which we said we were returning these things, but then we changed our mind that we were not returning these things. So we'll just be returning a status code. And in this, we'll do status code. Okay. And what we're going to do is we are ignoring the return of this. So we're going to actually call out that we're returning unnecessary parentheses. Oh, yes. Okay, cool. So, and now the last thing that we need to do to actually test if this deletes or not is to leverage this in our router. So that was in our main and our router here. So we can do route to-dos, delete, post, delete, to do. All right. Got to import them. So let's import it. Then there's going to be another import that we need to do. So this delete here is also, remember, these posts are actually imports, as you can see up here. So we'll add a delete. All right. So this is really just going over stuff that we did previous times. But it's good to have that repetition. It's good to do all this stuff and understand all the pieces that are going into it. So we've added a route. And I know I kind of did this opposite order, but we'll talk about it. So we added this. It calls delete. It calls this route, which this route calls the backend storage to delete the to-do. And this deletes it from that. Now, we really need to actually check this, but we're just going to see, we're going to use an SQLite viewer to view this and see if it's actually working. And then we can clean it up a little bit nicer. Okay. Code, live learning code, day 8. All right, let's see. This is browse data, to-dos. Okay, so here's our to-dos. Let's delete 5 because that one's already done. Beautiful. All right. Any questions so far? Invisible Man, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Any questions so far? As soon as we're done with this delete, which is just recapping a lot of what we've done, there's two other little things. We're going to make this a workspace with another project, which will be fun. And then the last thing that we're going to do, maybe if we have time. Configure the options just a little bit. Just a little bit. Sorry, I'll pause. All right, let's go ahead and start running this. We'll just get another Wes term going right here. And we'll go cargo run, and this is gonna fail, right? Because we got to give it a, we've got to give it a port, right? Okay, cool. So, oh wait. Yeah. Okay. So one thing when SQLX goes to build, it's actually compile time errors if it doesn't have the environment variable. This is one thing that I'm not a huge fan of. It actually, to compile your code, requires to know where that is. So we can just do that export again. Now we would still expect it because one of the things that we need to do is port equals 8080 8080. And then our database URL is, SQLite todos.db. All right, cool. So now we're running. That's pretty awesome. All right, so now we can just do our curl. So we need to curl. We're going to do an X post, right? Let's do post first on HTTP. Actually, let's just search for that. I know that we've done this recently, right? This isn't exactly what we did. Let's just do this. No. Haven't we just recently posted to this? Oh well. Well, you can just rewrite this all again. Host 8080. And this is to dos. There we go. And then we have content type would be application X. It's JSON. What is the JSON? Curl JSON. ChatGPT. Curl post JSON. Come on. Application it's just JSON. Okay, that's what I. Okay. Application JSON. Cool. Awesome. I'm just gonna copy and paste this right here. Actually, we don't need. It's not really JSON, is it? It's not really JSON, is it? We said it was a JSON payload of an i64. I don't know if this will work. I don't know. This seems a little, oh my goodness. Did it just delete my typing? Okay, we're going to copy and paste this whole thing. And then we're just going to update it. Okay, we're just going to update it. Local host 8080 to-dos, and then this is just going to be what, 5. We'll just say 5. This isn't gonna work. But that's what I did. And then this is delete. Right. It didn't work. Let's actually put some tracing in here because this is a little funky. Delete to do print macro. Yes. Anybody? This is a print macro. Deleting. All right. So let's do that. Okay. Because I didn't see anything actually print here. Let's update that. Let's try this again. Deleting 5. Okay, cool. So it did run, but let's refresh. Do I have to refresh? I think I do. All right, we didn't actually delete 5, did we? So we must be having an error that we're swallowing. So let's go back here. You can see here that we have an underscore, and that underscore says, hey, I know that we're returning this SQLite query result, but we're not actually doing anything with it. Nor with this error. So let's check. Let's check this error now. And see what's happening. So we can basically just do match result. This gives us a nice result. This gives us a nice little ability to match on the 2 cases that we know. So we have an okay state, which means everything worked, which for right now, we're just going to, what we can do here is we'll just print out the query. So then this is the fat equal sign, remember? And we'll just do print line here, just like this with our query. I don't know if that has format. We'll see. Okay, and then we'll do error. And we'll do just another, we'll just print this out. That's what we're going to do. And then the last thing we need to do is to actually close this, and I cannot find result in this scope. Let result equal that. Done. Oh, we're not running it. Public async function. What did we learn? What have we learned? What mistake does Merrick make quite a bit? If the function is async, does it mean that it returns these things? Or does it mean that it will return these things if you await it? Remember, a asynchronous function returns it. Let's check out what it has here. It returns a future of the thing that it says it's returning. A future. The way we actually get that is to await it. Done. Done. Okay, so it's still angry. What is it? Format argument must be a string literal. Okay, yeah. Yep. My bad. I was getting a little ahead of myself. Doesn't implement display. I thought that it might not. We can just do a debug, right? So if you ever get this and you really just want to print out the object, so kind of how it looks in memory, you can do this. It's not the pretty way. It's not having it, a lot of things will do that display, and we can actually do an object that implements display for you all so you can see it. That actually might be a pretty good thing to do. But yeah, we can do that. So let's do that over here. So we'll just do this. Errors usually implement display. It's a pretty common practice for them to implement display. And I'm almost betting you that our error here was that we were just never running it. See how we did this, but 5 was never deleted? I almost guarantee you it was because we weren't running the query. That we never actually ran the query. All right. Changes 1, last row. Okay, so it returned not an error. So my guess is if we refresh, 5 is gone. We have a 4, 6, 7. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right, so do remember, you see a function that says async. It does nothing until you await it. This is the second time today I got bit by that. Yeah. It doesn't do anything until you call await. So if we remove this, now the reason there's a couple things going on here. If you didn't use this initially here, so let's actually delete this. This is trying to warn you. It will try to warn you. Why we didn't was I was underscoring this and I was saying I'm not actually using it. And then here you can see consider awaiting on the future, because it's saying like this is a future, not a thing. So those are the errors you'd see. The compiler nags unless if you ignore it, right? I underscored, right? So this was an underscore, which means I'm purposefully ignoring the return of this. So it didn't nag. All right, so we can get at to-dos, we can post to-dos, we can get all the to-dos, we can delete a to-do. Now, what is it that we need to do? Well, what we really need to do is get this kind of set up for two things. We need to do what we've gotten the basic to-do-ish stuff done, and it's pretty well organized. It's not perfect. We could do better, but it's pretty well organized. There's better ways to organize these types of messages. You can group them and stuff, but like you understand how to do that. Now you organize it how you see fit and add to this as you see fit. What I really want to do at the end of this, hopefully, I'm hoping to end this Rust 101 in a couple of weeks. I'm going to say like by the end of July, hopefully. My goal is that we have 2 services that run and communicate with gRPC. So something you might use at work, a little service that has gRPC that does a thing. And we're going to have to do a UI. It's going to be a really, really bad UI because that's how I do it. But I need your guys' votes. I did the first UI in U, which is a Rust web front end. A Rust web front end. Do you guys want it in HTMX? I'm not an expert in HTMX, but I can do this in HTMX or U. You let me know. I'm not doing a front end in some other platform because this is a Rust class. So we're either doing it in HTMX or U. Like because it doesn't make sense to do it in anything else. You could be like React and it's like, well, it's a Rust class. It needs to be in Rust. Or there's no point in making a front end. We'll just leave it as an API. Yeah. Dane, what's up? We are in an ad break right now. That's what I originally did it in, So I think that's a good one. And it's also just very Rust. You know, if we're doing a Rust stuff, is Rust. I had a not so fun event at work. Yep. I hate, you know what? If you're just like a junior intermediate engineer, count your blessings. As you go up, it's like, oh yeah, you're responsible for all of that. It's like a lot of writing. I hate writing. All right. Let's see. Okay, so what are we? Okay. I did have one thing that I wanted to do. Ooh, that's rough. 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Oh, dang. Yeah, Dane. That's one thing that I've always stressed to any technical leadership. You lead by example, and that means you don't do something you don't expect from your team, or you don't. Let me restart this phrase. You lead by example, and that means you never request something of your team that you yourself don't do and don't actively do. So if that means weekend calls, you're the first, not the second. You know, maybe there's somebody that's, you're training to be a senior that should start handling some of these things. Absolutely. But it's anytime I've asked somebody to do something, it's because I've already done it a lot of times. Yeah. Of course. I mean, obviously, there's a point in time where it's like, well, also I have other stuff to do. I'm not always on call anymore. I'm on call less than our senior engineers now. Do I still go on call? Absolutely. But I also have other. I put in just as much work as they do, if not more. So it's stuff like that where it's like, yeah, there is a point where that's not your primary job, but all right, our ads are done. All right, let's get into this. One thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to do default parameters for our clap. So in here we have these, and I wanted to play around with this just a little bit, but we're kind of running out of time. So maybe we'll do that for next week. We're falling a little behind. Let's see, it's 112. All right, let's do this a little. It shouldn't take long. So let's make our command line just a little bit more pleasant. We have one currently that, you know, if you don't give it any of this stuff, or in fact we could do just help. It kind of is ugly. It's not helpful, and we could do some stuff like a default port. Why do we have to? We could do a default of a lot of stuff. So that's what I want to do. Instead of having to pass in 8080, let's just make that our default. Because to me, that makes sense. So in here, what we can do is do a default value. It's called like this, default value t, and that is going to equal 8080, right? I think you have to do this, 8080 to string. Okay, it does not like the to string. So we'll just try this string slice. I don't think that will be, yeah. It wants a dot, wants a to string, like a into. But that doesn't work. Why doesn't that work? It should. I think you have to do a static string for strings. Let me just Google it really quickly. Let's see. Clap. Let's see. Clap. Rust clap examples. Let's do this. Examples. Let's see. Cargo derive. That's what we're doing. Let's see. Nope, not that one. Escape. Let's see. Nope, not that one. This one's gnarly. This one's gnarly, but not what we want either. Yeah, this is just how to do subcommands. Derive. Let's see this one. Let's see, value hint, not what we want. Discrete numbers, not what we want. We want string. Thank you. Thanks for the follow. Let's see. ChatGPT. Rust clap default string. Let's go. I don't think just default value is going to work. I don't think this is going to. I think that was wrong. But that's fine. And this is called using the derive method. Well, I thought this was going to be easy. I'll have to look it up how I already did it. This is not correct. This is not correct. Because this is a static stir. Oh, I originally did T. Right. It is correct. It is. That's. I thought it was supposed to be easy. Okay. So now, cool. We have a default port. Awesome. These were the types of things I wanted to do. Okay, we got a default port. Awesome. We have a long and a short, which also means that you can do this, but you can do long or short. It doesn't have to be both. IV range, how are you doing? I'm doing better now. Okay. Okay, so we have the long and the short, but we can, let's say that you wanted to make this port not P. See how it's currently P right here? You can just update this where you can actually set this like equal to, I'm not going to say that we do this, but let's set this to J. And by J, I mean like this. We can do this. And now if you run this, you can see that the short is J. So if you wanted to map it to something that's not the default for long and short, you can do that as well. We don't want that here. J wouldn't make any sense, but it's fine. The other thing right here is like the database URL is an argument. It's not a flag. So I personally would like this to be a flag. So we can do something like we'll do arg, we'll do the short, long, and we're going to set it with a default value as well. Because, you know, a lot of the times we want the SQL light to-dos. This way people can pick up what we're writing and pretty much just run with it. We don't need that there. Pretty much just run with it. So now instead of needing to do this, which we were doing before, it can run in the default configuration like this, and we're pretty much off to the races, which makes this a lot nicer. And the other nice thing is if people then run help, they're going to see that they have these different options to set, what their defaults are, and this is all provided for you with nothing else that you need to do. So these are some of the nice things that you can do. There's a bunch of other things. You can actually do stuff like, I know that there's like value parsers. So maybe we'll do one of those later. I haven't done one for a long time, but basically if you have a custom way to parse a value, you can basically give it a function to do that for you, which is pretty cool. So anyways, this is nice. Another thing that I wanted to show you all was this, which I think is really cool. We have port, but what if we did export port, let's do 9,000. So if we do cargo run now, just cargo run, where do you think this is pointing? At 8080, because we have a default. That's where. We can set this up to be able to override where it points based off of our environment variables, which is pretty cool. So we'll also do that in the future. Yep, we're all building it together. We're using mostly what is it? We're using mostly Tokyo. So if Tokyo has a solution, we're building it with Tokyo. That's not everything. So like Clap is outside of that. SQLX is outside of that. But the majority of things, if Tokyo has a solution, we'll use Tokyo. Java and ugh, dirty words here. Dirty words. You're more than welcome. All right, let's get out of this. Let's get out of this for now. All right, I have prepared a few things to talk about in distributed systems that I'd like to go over with you all. I am going to record these, so I'm going to disable our Twitch alerts. Unfortunately, because I can't pause them yet. I am going to post these to my bytes. So if you look at the YouTube, there is a null bytes, and I'm making these specifically for that. So I'd love your feedback with how they are. These are more work than like just reaction. I feel like maybe I should put some sort of like, I want to do deep dives onto articles where setting up these actually takes a decent amount of time to do these. And to keep like a constant weekly supply, I would like to have some like technical articles to review, not like React, but like to dig into a little, like just take, take an incident, spend the time to review exactly what we can find and learn from that article. I'm not a big fan of like just React stuff, but these take longer to like actually set up. Anyways, that's beyond the point. Let's put a marker in here. All right, so we will start with DNS records. Hello and welcome. If you're seeing this recorded on YouTube, remember all of these were done live on Twitch, so you can go and check me out there. We're live quite a bit. Today, I was asked to talk about DNS records. So some of you have some questions about it. This repo with our live learning is actually checked into Git, and after this stream, I will commit these, so there's some references and whatnot. But let's talk about DNS record types and what they mean. Now, this is not all DNS record types, but these are common types. Let's put that up here, common types. Common types that you'll see a lot of. So we all know that DNS is a way to map a friendly name to an IP address, kind of, mostly. That's what DNS does. All right. So in those DNS records, you can actually have several different types of records, and that's what we're going to talk about. So your most common is this A record. A record is basically an address, like an actual address. So you have your domain name. So for example, let's do some examples in here. Let's do some examples in here. We have the nullcloud.io, nullcloud.io. That's our domain. And we have an A record for that points to my IP address. I'm not going to actually, I was actually thinking about showing you guys my Cloudflare one, but we're not going to show my Cloudflare one. We have an A record that points to some public record. This could be like 72.10.1.87. And that's basically that link. Now, when I said that this was mapping a domain to an IP, you can actually have this thing called a pointer. I think people call this a pointer at least. And it's basically the opposite of the above. If you have this IP address, can you map it to a domain name? So the null cloud doesn't support this. So if you have my IP address, I don't let you know that it's the null cloud. I don't let you map it to that domain, but you can do that. I don't think this is super common, but I thought it was worth putting up there. The quadruple A record is the exact same as the A record, but it's for IPv6. It's an IPv6. The CNAME, or canonical name, is a DNS record that points to another DNS record. So let's do an example here. Think dev.nullcloud.io. Maybe this points to nullcloud.io. This is a good example of a use for CNAMEs. I've seen some other CNAMEs as well. Some other uses for CNAMEs, and you can kind of get creative, as we'll see. All right, so the name server is super common, but not common for you to use. So it's the definitive name server, basically the name server that owns the registering that name. And you usually have two, a primary and a secondary. This is what other name servers are going to look for as the definitive source of truth. I thought I turned alerts off, but I heard them. Thank you for the follow. You probably didn't see them. They're still running though. Well, that's just beautiful. You didn't see them and they're still running. I'll just leave them going. We'll fix that so the recordings don't have those in it. Awesome. Like I said, that's why we're working on pausing. All right, so the MX records are for mail exchange. You'll see this if you have your own mail server. Now you'll notice if you actually do like a dig on the nullcloud.io name, we don't have a mail exchange. And the reason we don't is I don't host my own email. That's what you want. This is basically allows you to map, where mail should go. Mail might go somewhere like, maybe you want to send that to mail.nullcloud, wherever you want to map it to. The last one is this text. Text is actually really interesting. It allows you to do a lot of things. It allows you to do whatever you want. You can put records in your DNS that are just text. Now, what some unique uses of this is to prove the authority of a domain. Is you go in and you actually change a text, you add a text field. So what will happen is, let's say I want to host a site on some website hosting. And they'll say, here is a special string just for you. And let's say this string is not that. This is the string that they gave us. All right. And so what you'll do is you'll make a new text record in your domain with ASDFJKL. And what they'll do is they'll go and they'll say, hey, give me your DNS, and have they put this record. And this is you proving that you have the authority to change that domain. And now they'll point your website to it and things like that. So, yeah, it's used for authority. Now, there are a bunch of other less common ones. I put a few here, ones that I found funny. APL is not for Apple. I don't actually know what it does, but there is an APL record type. There's an SPF and an SOA. This one again is more for DNS servers. Yeah, SPF is something to do with protecting email from spammers. As you can see, people either don't use it or it doesn't work. I'm just saying, from my experience with spam and email, it's either not doing its job or people don't know how to use it properly. So yeah. Anyhow, thank you for joining me. That was common DNS types in a nutshell. I hope you liked it. If you did, join me on Twitch. If you didn't, still join me on Twitch because I do a lot of other stuff. If you're here on Twitch, let's jump into another one. Dane, most of them have it misconfigured. Let's see. Okay, so SPF is only if you're running your own email server. I don't. Like I said, so I don't have an MX either for mail exchange. If you're running your own email server, there's a lot of stuff that you have to set up, and it's a lot more work. These are just common ones that you use outside of email. It's not just for email. I will believe you. I've never actually used it outside of email. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Google handles this for me. We should do this. We should set up SPF for the null cloud. I think Google handles this because they do the domain. Well, they used to do the domain. That's switching, as well as the email. So it was all pre-configured for me. They're the root domain. Yeah. We'll have to check. I'm not going to check here, but we will check. All right, let's talk basic scaling. Welcome. People ask me a lot about scaling, and I want to set the record straight. This is a really, really basic introduction to scaling. I want you to start thinking about it. Now, if you have specific questions on specific things, let's talk about it. But I think too often we look at places that do something like fan in and fan out. That's a Twitter example. And we get too enamored with that as that's how we scale an application. And I'd like to set the record straight because there's a lot of really basic tools at your advantage before you jump into the deep end. The deep end has a lot of amazing and complicated and fun things that you can do, but there's a lot of simple and basic scaling things that we can start with at the beginning. So today I just wanted to cover the super basics because people have been asking. We'll have this video for people that want what I consider to be basics of scaling. And then we can add on this over time. Let me know in Discord or in the comments of this video, or if you're here live on Twitch, you can let me know in Discord or in the comments on Twitch. And we'll cover those topics as we go. So you want to scale your application. What does that mean? Well, I think one of the really easy ways that you can make scaling your application easier is to stop trying to scale your data. So avoid state in your application. This makes everything easier. Put that state in a database. A lot of databases have well-defined ways of scaling, and they can scale your stateful data for you. So it's a lot easier to just do this and avoid putting it inside of your application. Scaling up is okay. Not only at the start, but for a lot of applications. You can serve a lot of people off of one big beefy machine. Now, this isn't always going to work. And kudos to you if you're reaching to a point where you're reaching the end of your ability to scale up, but it is very easy. Now, the other nice thing about avoiding state in your application, if your application doesn't have state, it's very easy to scale this out slightly. Running 2 big beefy machines is fairly easy. Keep it simple, stupid. Keep it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. Sorry, couldn't type. Remember KISS. The simpler your application is, the easier it's going to be able to diagnose scaling problems, the easier it's going to be able to scale it. Like I said up here, if you have one big beefy machine that doesn't hold any of its own state, it's hitting some database, maybe a database managed by a cloud provider. 2 big beefy machines should be pretty easy to manage. You haven't adopted microservices or anything. You've done something pretty simple. And you don't need Kubernetes to manage 2 machines. Keep it simple. The simple is easy. All right. Now, when we talk about scaling, there's like some basic things. We can get into like GPUs, and you know, there's like a whole list. You have your FPGAs, GPUs. We can get into a bunch of things, but at the base root, we're at basic scaling. You have CPU and memory, you have disk, and you have network, and you have your complexity. These are the things that you have to think about scaling. Your decisions are going to affect one of these, and you want to make sure that you're understanding that. All right, so let's talk about basic scaling tools. Basic scaling tools are things like load balancers, caching, and backoffs. Now, I realize that backoffs can also be things for metastable failures, but it also can be things for scaling, because if you have a very simple service, let's say just a single monolithic application, and you don't have backoffs, it can actually hurt your scale, because as clients try requests that are going to fail, they will try really quickly and start thrashing your machine. So these are simple things that you can think about that are going to start helping you scale your service. Make sure that you have load balancers. That's if you have 2 big beefy machines, you can use those load balancers to split the load. And there's load balancing techniques. We can talk about them. You know, these are all topics that we can go into. This is, again, just super basic, high level. You want to know about load balancers? Let's make a session on load balancers. There's caching, all right? Caching is basically an in-memory database that's really, really fast that you can help. But this isn't just to help your database. This can also be for static content. CDN is just a glorified cache that's distributed. It's great. And it makes stuff fast. And then backoffs. Now, here are some medium scaling tools. And these are ones that like are next level. Everybody thinks of these, but nobody thinks of these. Metrics and observability of the system. How do you find what isn't scaling? As the system becomes more complex, if you are going to try to find a place where your system isn't scaling, the most important thing you have is your metrics and observability of the system. You cannot fix a problem without knowing what it is. Now, when you're simple and have one beefy machine, it might be pretty easy. But as your complexity scales, it is of the utmost importance that you have these in your tool belt to help you scale. Traceability. I put this in there as a separate thing because one of the things that can be difficult to find is, let's say you have an odd request that all of a sudden is slow. And let's say every 20th request on average is super slow. Why? Well, maybe it's taking a different path. And this is why being able to trace these things adds to your metrics observability. Maybe observability is kind of both these things. It depends on how you define observability. You want to be able to trace that through to understand what's happening. So this is kind of my medium scaling tools. When you're like that intermediate scaler, you're going to look at this and be like, these are my most valuable tools I can have while scaling. Then we have our SEAL Team 6 scaling. Quick note. Did you guys know that SEAL Team 6 got its name? There was only 2 SEAL teams in this division, like the elite teams, and it was to hide the number of teams. I found that interesting. Anyways, these are like your really advanced stuff, and there's a whole bunch of things that we can do in here. But what I want you to understand is 90% of your problems can be solved here. When we're starting to go here, we're starting to talk about hyperscalers. We're talking about people that have millions of daily active users. And congratulations if you're here. But we're talking about very, very advanced things. Maybe load shedding and partitioning are medium. But I think too often people go with load shedding and partitioning. Load shedding can also be a metastable failure solution as well. Some of these have multiple solutions. Coffee is also up there. It's a very strong tool. I recommend for all of you that are really getting into the depths of these. But you have a bunch of things here. And when I say partitioning, I don't mean partitioning of your database. You can partition everything, your networks, your databases, your everything. Absolutely everything. You can run different instances of your system for the EU. Maybe you do this already for GDPR. There's a bunch of stuff that you could do for partitioning. So, people in Europe hit the European set of servers and database and those types of things. So you can partition at every level, like you can cache at every level. This isn't just a database thing. It's there's a bunch of things here. And again, I'm going to put a last one here. We can go with algorithms. Because I know some of you are thinking like fan in and fan out. Those are pretty classic and notorious ones from Twitter. There's other ways to handle this, and this is knowing your data and your database and how to use it. But again, this only ever became an issue when they hit millions of active users a day. This only became a thing when they hit Taylor Swift, or Taylor Swift hit them one or the other way. So this is where these are really advanced things that you only get. Maybe I'm going to put these. I'm going to put these here in medium. I kind of disagree with past self. These are later in life. This should be 4. This should be 5. That's not working properly. Okay. These are later. You shouldn't jump to partitioning or load shedding, but they're usable. They're usable. Okay. And then I wanted to give a quick example when I talk about we're talking about these things and the basic concepts of scaling. And I said that, a lot of the times these things can be solved by putting it into a database. But then that means all of your scale really resides, all of the complexity of your scale resides in this database. And this is why it's important to understand your data, because when you do this, you put everything in your database. Now, when a database is struggling to scale, there are many things that you can do. And this is the importance of scaling, why it's such a hard topic. Even talking about just database and just scaling a database. Well, there's a lot of things we can do. A really quick fix that requires almost no change on yours is to put a cache in front of it. You do this on your hot reads and hot writes, and you can usually fix a failing database. You can usually. But this is, in my opinion, is a Band-Aid. It's not a fix. It gets you through a solution, a situation, but there's other things that you can do. And you can always have a cache in front of a really hot read that is okay to have stale data. You can always do this. And you can do a write-through cache if you don't want the stale data. We can get into it. But you can always do this, and it's a quick, easy fix. But a real fix might be to update your indexes. It might be that you have a bad index and you can better match your access pattern. Maybe your access pattern has changed. As your database has mutated, you've added stuff to your SQL, you've added stuff to your tables or more tables, and now really it's about restructuring your database. Now, this is getting much more difficult. If you're talking about restructuring your database, that's even more than your indexes. This is a lot of work. So all of these scaling issues generally require more work as you go. So you can redesign your database to better fit your data, or pick a database that does what you want to do better than what the one that you currently use. Sometimes that is the thing. But we're getting to like, let's see. We're getting to the warning, not recommended unless you can't do anything else. So like you can do these things, and maybe you're in a situation, but the key to scaling is understanding your data and understanding what's going on. And this is why there's no one simple fix. There's no one term that I can throw out there to say, well, adopt this and you'll scale. I could say adopt microservices and scale, but it doesn't solve any of these problems. In fact, that's what my Kubernetes does not scale, and we'll jump into a little bit later, goes into. I'm not here to sell you guys anything. You guys know this. I'm here on my weekends. I am biased. I am. And I understand that. But you also should know I am not here to sell you anything. I try to bring you guys cool content. And while I do think, and I always state, anytime I bring up databases in general, I state that I am biased, just so you all know that I am biased. Okay. So I am biased about databases, and I'll tell you my bias. I'll tell you my bias right now. You making a proof of concept? Use SQLite. All right. Taking that proof of concept to the next level. Use Postgres. Look, I'm biased. I work for a company that makes an amazing database. Postgres does a lot of what people want. It does. And if you learn to use it, you can probably do some pretty amazing things with it. You need millisecond reads at petabyte scale. Next level, use Aerospike. There you go. This is a little biased, but you can do amazing things with these two. Okay? Absolutely. SurrealDB. Oh, DuckDB. DuckDB. Don't get me started on DuckDB. DuckDB is cool. I would not use it. DuckDB is cool. Don't use it in anything production. All right. That's it for this, though. There's so many levels of of this, and I want you guys to ask questions. I want you to ask questions on how to do specific things, and we'll dive into those specific things every single time, because it's really cool and interesting. But I want you guys to understand, at the basics, it comes down to some really old, really lame technologies that you can hit amazing scale with. You can hit amazing scale with just caching, load balancing, and a good database. You don't need more than that. For the majority of things, you don't need more than that. Thank you so much. If you were watching this on YouTube, come join us on Twitch. It's a lot of fun. If there's not a whole lot of people watching my YouTube. I think there's 37 of you that subscribe to it. Thanks for watching, and leave a comment. I think YouTube likes that. Okay, let's move on. Let's SurrealDB. Let's open up SurrealDB. I have some interesting takes on SurrealDB. I've already done those takes. I'm not gonna give you guys my takes on it. Yeah. This, I think, is a bad pattern. This is a bad pattern. I don't like this. My one recommendation to everyone is never directly connect. This has every single problem of GraphQL. This has every single problem of a WAF. It has to solve every problem as well as all those other systems. And so what? Maybe I need to do this. Do people not understand what I'm talking about here? Maybe I need to do this really quickly. I'll just open up a Streaming Life new canvas. What I mean by this, when you open something up to the internet, Dane can attest to this. And again, I have to say that I'm biased here, because this is me saying I dislike something about a database. And I realize that I work for a database company, and I want you guys to come from that full honest here. I work with a database. So, I don't take that lightly, but let's talk about a web application right here. And you want to access this through the cloud, right? Well, you need to run this through something called a WAF. It's a web application firewall. That WAF is going to protect you from things like denials of service, DDoSes, and things like that. These are actually hard problems to solve, and usually WAFs require an entire framework. So if you're like on AWS's, this WAF runs in AWS's area, and it does a lot of things like load shedding and spreading the load out and directly denying things that are on a block list and things like that. They do a lot. There's a lot of techniques leveraged to do this, and it's difficult. So if you expose your database, which is really SurrealDB big selling point that I've seen, is that you connect directly to the web, you've got to have your WAF built directly into your database, which means if your database gets hit by a DDoS, you have to scale your database to handle all of that traffic. This sounds terrifying to me. This sounds terrifying to me. And I realize that they do this stuff with the WebSocket and stuff, but you can DDoS just by failed WebSocket requests, just by trying to make the things. So maybe you put a WAF in front of it, But if you're putting a WAF in front of it, you're not actually directly connecting to it. If you're putting surreal here and you have a WAF in front of it, you're not actually directly connecting to it in the end. But I'm nitpicking. The other reason I don't like this, so let's say you do put it behind and so your DB's here. But you're basically going from here, from this WAF, directly to your database. I did not need to draw that like this. The next problem I have with this is the GraphQL database, or the GraphQL issue. What is the GraphQL? Well, GraphQL said, hey, look, let's make it where the user can write their own query. The user can write their own query. Well, this is terrifying because now this database has information in it. And if the browser can do it, a user can do it with their token, which means now usually you have a system over here that does authentication and authorization. Well, this authorization decides what's allowed to be queried by a user. You've now bypassed that. Again, now my query, I authenticated because I'm sure that they have some way to authenticate, so not just anybody can query the database, that's fine. But now I can write my own query. Now, maybe they have some way to tie everything in, but again, you've just bypassed everything that's useful in your application. You've just bypassed all of these things. And if you tie them all back into these things like this, you might as well have just gone through a API. You haven't solved a problem. Thank you. There is Merrick's rant on SurrealDB. I don't understand that. Maybe I'm missing the big picture. I'm happy. I spend a lot of time trying to understand if I have missed the big picture with things like HTMX. A database I do find interesting. A database I do find interesting. I'm not necessarily sold that it's the right way to go, but it's interesting. And I think there's really interesting things that could be done with it. They're targeting games. Is time space DB. The space time. Space time DB. Space time DB. Which is interesting because you basically build your application logic into it. I would actually be happy to try this at some point and understand it better. It's an interesting concept. I'm doing well. Okay. That was a sidetrack. Sorry. This is just where like SurrealDB is fine on the it's probably a fine database. Just to be fair, it's probably a fine database. I just have never understood its main selling point. All of its other features are cool and fine. Being a multi-model database, fine, cool. Aerospike's a multi-model database. It just, that was kind of the thing that they sold as like their big main selling point. And that always has confused me as to what it is actually giving us, what I'm getting out of that. Yeah. And maybe I'm missing the boat. We'll see. All right. Let's do I do a little career advice. I always Yeah, I'm good with career advice. What are you wanting? I'm not I only know certain things. So, if you're asking how to get into game development, don't ask me. I'd be a bad one, but yeah. we have a lot of knowledgeable people here, from system engineers to software engineers. So yeah, it's a good place to ask questions if you want. All right, let's go into the edge is a lie. And then we'll go into Kubernetes does not scale. There's a trap. And that trap let me put a marker. Remind me I need to be putting markers. Okay. Welcome to The Edge is a Lie. This is something I've been thinking about making a full-fledged video on my YouTube channel about, and I may do that if people like this enough itself. But I have this strong suspicion that the edge is a lie. Now, this does not mean that I think that it's bad in all cases, but I think there's a big player that has been pushing us engineers to do something what I call hype-driven development, and that is cloud marketing teams. It's also HDD, or hype-driven development. Hype-driven development is where something is taken, something solved a very niche thing for somebody really, really well, and then it is pushed on you as the thing that you need to do. And that is what I think the edge has become. Everybody has, in the last year, pushed some edge things to enable you to move to the edge. But in many cases, I think moving to the edge would actually hurt your architecture. Let's look at a drawing. This is a pretty standard thing. A user makes a request across the web, and the web takes time. The web takes time. You could be far away from where the servers are. And so this is 75 milliseconds of wasted time. It's just wasted. And you go all the way out to the service, and then this service can make a bunch of calls to the database. It gets a call and it says, okay, well, you need to get this thing from the service. So this could actually be to the database. This could actually be a call to another service that is sitting over here. So this is another service that it has to get information from. This could be GraphQL. This service back here could be GraphQL pulling pulling a lot of data from a lot of different places. Okay, so when you look at this, and each one of these is 5 milliseconds, we have 75. So we have 80 milliseconds, 85, 90, 95 milliseconds, roughly 100 milliseconds before we can return to the user. And then we have another 75 milliseconds. So we're at 175 milliseconds, just under our 200 millisecond requirement. Okay, cool. We want to make this faster for the user. So the thought and the marketing ploy is to move it to the edge. And that looks like this. If you take the same architecture, it looks like this. Now we could calculate that if you'd like, where the user makes a nice request to your service and it makes a lot of calls to this database. The fact is, your database doesn't get pushed out to the edge in most of these. Your database is somewhere in some region. So, should we calculate this? 75, 150, so 150 for a round trip. So that would make this 300, and that would make this 450 plus 10. We'll leave that off, just 450. Now, a lot of you guys are going to say, but Merrick, you could always you could always push your database to the edge. You absolutely can do that. Where is that edge? Where is that edge? That's right. It's wherever the user is. So this now means that you have to replicate this database wherever the user is. Because if you haven't, you're now in a bad spot. And this also means that you have to re-architect your entire way the app works. You have to re-architect the entire way the app works. So for your application to leverage this, there has to be a lot of work done. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about where the edge is naturally awesome. Content distribution. So CDNs are an excellent example of being awesome. And this is 100% an edge network case. You can point to this and say, yeah, it's static. The content doesn't change a whole lot. And because of that, CDNs are actually a really good place for this. It's just a cache that's distributed to the edge. Awesome. Cloud provider pocketbooks. This is another great example of a place where the edge is awesome. It has given a great boon to sell you something new. Latency sensitive applications. Okay? Think game servers. The edge is fantastic for these. These are places where you almost get it for free. All of the complexity doesn't happen. Now, let's say you're not one of these and you want to make the edge work because you really want to provide that performance. Well, there's some steps that you're going to have to do to make it awesome. The first thing is distribute your database to the edge. That's the first thing that you're going to have to do. And basically, if that user takes a trip to California, you've got to migrate their database to that edge while they're in California. I'm on the East Coast. Or else your app is going to run very badly. Very bad. Much worse than it would normally run. So the con stat is it's a lot of work. It's expensive. You're actually replicating their stuff all over the place. You have network costs and you have, I'll get to questions in the chat as soon as I'm done. I am recording this for YouTube. And it's very expensive as you're replicating data more places. And it can be slow when the user travels. Lots of static content. We cover that in the CDN. If you have lots of static content, this is easy. You are distributing your database, but it's not being updated by the user. It's a lot of static things. It's very good for that. Another good place that the edge actually has something is ingest. This is one that people don't talk about, I think, enough. But think of validation, mutation, or anything like that, where you don't have to do anything with a database, but you're doing work on incoming requests. The other thing with ingest is you can get it on your network faster. So you can get it straight from the user, and you can get it on maybe a private network where you have dedicated bandwidth. So you can actually get it to your central servers faster than if it traveled through the public internet. So you can use something like Cloudflare for this private network bandwidth. Now you're going to pay for it, but you can use it for that. Think transcoding of this stream. You could actually have that hit an edge network and be getting to your servers already in the format that you want. So you can have this ingestion pipeline. The edge is really great for that. Geo-replication is also a really great a place for it. Graph is another place. I don't think I've ever seen somebody do this, but I have theorized that this is a beautiful example of the edge. What if, you know how Graph has this problem of having this funky, the users can make a request. I've covered this quite a few times. What if we make an edge node here that has a REST API that the users hit? And it uses GraphQL because it's safe and secure. You still have churn here on this edge endpoint here. this is interesting to me, but this could do authorization. It could do authorization and getting it onto your network and do GraphQL back here. And we have this nice, tidy pipeline. This is something I've never seen, but I've theorized it could work and could be really useful when you're wanting to do this GraphQL type of thing. Have this as your endpoint into the graph network. I don't know. It might be terrible too. This is just me theorizing. That's a bonus one there for you. And then we have computation heavy stuff. We kind of talked about this with like the transcoding. But if you have stuff that is really computation heavy and light on the database access. So if you're talking about maybe you have a call that doesn't have any database requests, or it only has one, but it has a ton of computation at the edge. This would be really good. Think about like ML serving. So if you were serving machine learning, so serving some ML, the models have already been trained with all your stuff back here. This ML could sit at the edge and be much faster to respond to your users. So this is another great place of the edge because it doesn't need to make back-end requests. All right, that's it. That's the edge is a lie. I hope you guys liked it. I know that's a little bit clickbait of the edge is a lie because it's not a lie, but I do think that there's a lot of people trying to use the edge, and I have seen people that try to use it that turns out to not work as quickly as the original app. When you design something for the edge, you have to design it for the edge. If not, you get this, and this runs worse than this. Thank you. My name is Merrick Counts. Join us on Twitch, and I hope you guys are enjoying this. I hope this is helpful and educational. Let's check this out. My problem is I am great in music and I love coding too. I have less than 2 months time because I'm going to graduate from university. Now the issue is coding will make me earn my livelihood faster, but my ultimate goal is to make my name as a musician. Do you think I can do my job and music together, or focusing on one thing would be easier right now? Because frankly speaking, I know. All right, there's a whole lot to unpack there. Hopefully you're still on. There is a ton to unpack. Generally, anything is possible. Generally, anything is possible. Oh, don't take my thing as final. Actually, that will be my first bit of advice. Take everybody's that gives you advice as a grain of salt. They're giving you from their experience, and all of our experiences are different. That means my experience has been different than your experience. That will be different than Dane's experience. Now, Dane is a fantastic person that has some fantastic advice, and you should always listen to that advice because it's usually developed. Well, I say always. You should find it from some people that you respect. I do respect Dane. He has done a lot, but I know Dane. I'm kind of some internet stranger at this point if you haven't been here very much. But my point is that even if you do respect my opinion is based off of my experience. And it's worth noting because it is some experience. I've had some experience that make me form that opinion. But at the end of the day, you're the only person that can weigh all of those variables, all of that stuff to unpack. So I'll tell you that it's really important to enjoy what you're doing because you're going to be doing it for a long time. But then I'll also tell you that no matter how much you enjoy something, when something becomes work, it becomes work. I love coding, but coding is also work for me. I go to work and I write code, and it becomes work. There's drudge, there's stuff that I dislike doing that I still have to do, and it's work. I don't get to do the fun stuff that I do on stream because work has work stuff that I have to do. So those are kind of my two things. It's important to do stuff that you love, but also at the end of the day, work is going to be work. one way or another. You're going to have to work hard. You're going to strive. Try to learn something new every single day. Whatever you're doing, whatever you're trying to do, learn something new about it every single day. That's what we do here. I do a lot of stuff that I've never done. Just this morning, we were doing HTMX stuff. I've never done HTMX stuff. I suck at it. But my goal is to learn something new, have a new experience, form more informed opinions based off of trying to learn something new. If people are hiring based off of a Git commit history, that's garbage. Most of my most amazing work is not viewable. I've done some pretty cool stuff. I can even talk about some of it, but I don't have the source code for it. And I do a lot of open source stuff. But I code for a company way more than I code for fun. So, yeah. Being independent is good too. I think it's really important for you to become independent. It forces you to grow up. You know, I got married when I was very young, for better or for worse. And one thing that it made me do was grow up faster than I would have. It made me say, hey, how am I going to affect the world? And I actually think growing up is really good. I know that's maybe not an unpopular. People are like, oh, I actually think it's really good to take that serious note and say, hey, how are you going to affect the world? Well, first, I can affect it via my family and what I do with my family. Next, I can affect it by doing something amazing. So I can do this stream where I try to share the little bit of knowledge that I've gained, the little bits of knowledge that I've done. And that's what I do. I try to share with you guys what I've learned, my takes on life, and those types of things. And one of the things that I've learned is that a lot of people I respect, I will listen to what they say, and I will assume, and I will ask questions about the background that made them form that opinion, because it's probably valid for a certain subset of things. Now, I have to take the responsibility to make that decision myself. And the thing about taking the responsibility to make decisions is you will make the wrong decisions. You will make the wrong decisions. You'll have to go to people and say, I screwed up. And that's fine. That's good. It sucks when you have to go to somebody and says, I screwed up. I made the wrong decision. I've done it with work where I made the wrong technical decision. And I've gone and said, hey, I screwed up. I made this decision and it's not the right one for us. I've learned stuff since then. Thankfully, I've worked for people that are okay with that, not expecting me to be perfect. And yeah. That problem exists everywhere. Getting hired is hard. That's why I do these things. Is I'm trying to help my part. Help people level up, help people learn, help people get a job. If there's a topic you'd like to cover, I'll do it if that helps. I'll even be mock interviewed if you guys like. I'll let somebody interview me. I let the AI interview me live for you guys. You know what? I think if you're struggling, and I know that this, I'm not saying that this is right or the way it should be. It's not what I'm saying. I'm going to say that if you're looking to get a job, this is a way that's going to help you, for better or for worse, is to take time and write some of your own code. Go contribute to an open source project. Do not spam them with crappy comments. Go embed yourself, spend the time to write real pull requests. It's going to take you time and effort. And unfortunately, it's not something the university has trained you to do or even do. So to get involved, you're going to have to spend time and effort. And that is probably going to be better for you than your degree at getting a job. And like I said, I'm not saying it's right or what the industry should be. Not at all. I'm merely stating that that's kind of where we are. And it's hard. It's very difficult. It's a difficult problem to solve. Dutch. Like I said, I'm not saying this is the right thing to do, and I'm not saying companies should be doing that. My point was that if you're trying to get a job, the way to help you do that right now with what companies are doing, that is probably the best thing that you can do. Again, my statement is not that I think that this is the best thing. This is not my statement of saying this is. My statement is, I still think having a requirement on GitHub contributions. I didn't say GitHub. I said open source. Forget where they are. If you're a new grad, Dutch, it's hard to show that you have experience. And having that experience somewhere that you can actually point to is valuable. So I think you get on an open source project. I didn't say GitHub. I said an open source project that you can actually link to, that you've contributed to, that you have some experience, that you've worked with another group of engineers, that you did it politely, that you were able to work and take their feedback in your pull requests, however they do pull requests. It can be an SVN. I don't care. %95% of the companies you apply to literally have a question, what is your GitHub link? That's terrifying. I have not seen that, but I haven't been applying. So maybe that's my bad. That's dumb. Again, though, I'm not talking about whether it's right or not. Maybe having a GitHub is the thing that you need to have right now. And whether it's what we think is good or not, that's not what my advice is about. If 99% of people are asking for that, I would say make sure that you do your open source project on GitHub. Again, not defending it, but if that's what everybody's looking for, then that's what we have to do. I am. If you need experience and you need a job, play the game. Cypher, do you have a job? Okay. So yeah, you're going to sit here and say you're not going to play the game. That's fine for you. But if you're unemployed, if you're just getting out of school and you'd like to get into the game, it's a much different question. Now, I have a long history of some really cool feats that I've achieved. And I can play the game a little bit differently, and I do. If I'm going to apply to someplace, I'm going to do it differently than somebody that doesn't have any of those things. I have my name attached to things, and that's fine. I will play the game differently, though. But if you're looking to get a job, you have to play the game. I mean, I would be remiss to tell somebody not to play the game if they're needing a job. I didn't say play the game just to play the game. In the US, half the battle is getting your resume seen. This is why I said it's a hard problem. Okay, look. If I open up a job post tomorrow, I make this job post. Okay? I open up this job post as merit counts. I will get 1,000 resumes. This is where I don't have a good one. I will get 1,000 resumes. I cannot review legitimately 1,000 resumes. So what do? Well, I will pass this to a recruiter that will do something, that will review them something. I don't know what. I will have a talk with them or whatnot. And you can have really good recruiters, and you can have really bad recruiters. You could also pass this off to a junior developer or maybe not a junior developer, but somebody to do like a preliminary of sorting through these. But still, at 1,000, they can't take very long, and they have to go pretty quickly, which means there's even going to be mistakes just from we were moving quickly to try to get through the 1,000. And that's just the initial week. You get more the next week as well. Okay? So my goal is to get a couple people to start interviewing. Now, if you're asking me and you're saying I want to get a job, I'm going to try to help you to get a job, which means to some extent playing the game. If you have no experience, you need to work on having a really good resume that stands out. Actually, you need to make a really good resume that stands out. I want to see action words in there. What did you do in college? What did you accomplish in college? I don't want to know that you're good at C++. I want to know what you accomplished in college. I want to know a side project that you accomplished. I want to know a problem that you solved, even if it's not in programming. Were you the captain of the soccer team? Cool. You accomplished something. Did you make it to divisions? Or don't know, don't care. But you need to make a good thing that's going to have something to make you stand out from there. This is playing the game, though. It's not playing the game to play the game. You want to get a job. And part of the problem is that there's too many. So whoever's sorting this, whoever's doing something, has to look at for something that makes you stand out from probably 1,000 people that are just as qualified as you. Now, I have seen people filter these in amazingly terrible ways. I try to look at all of them, or have somebody actually look at all of them. But I have seen some people that do something like colored paper are the only ones we're going to look at first. So if it was on not white paper, it would get looked at first. And then after that, like every odd. Just to filter out the total number to something more reasonable. I don't have a public. I could probably make a public one. A lot of stuff that I do is public, and then if I make a public updated resume, I have to talk to people to ensure stuff. So I can probably do that if people would like it. And then I can go through and I can break down what I like to see on the resume. Now, this is where you're starting to get into the game. You're learning what I like to see on a resume. You're learning what would get you an interview in one of my teams, not somebody else's. Now, I think some of the advice is general, and I try to keep it general, but you have to be careful with that. So I am not saying to play the game to play the game. I'm sorry, Cypher, if you thought that I said that. That's not whatever I said. My goal here is to say you have to look at what people are asking for. You have to look at what they're looking for. And you've got to do that if you're looking to get a job. You have to make yourself stand out some way. And again, this is not me saying that I condone how these things are doing. My point here was that this is a hard problem. There is no silver bullet to this problem. You should, somebody could say like, oh, everybody should get a, 30-minute review of their resume. Well, do you know how much time that would be? And this is just the first week. What about the second week? When do I actually have the time to interview these people? So there isn't a silver bullet that I see to this. And I think this is why people do it so badly, is because they're all struggling with the same problem. And so they have to pick some way. And I think that there's worse ways than other ways. I think asking for a Git repo or GitHub repo is terrible. That's just a capital T terrible. Why? Because there's a lot of software not made on GitHub. There's a lot of I have software that's probably still in SVN somewhere. And that's what I'm trying to do, is basically say, here are some ways that you can put yourself in a better light. I think that if what Dutch is saying is true, that 95%, I know he said 99, but let's even say 75% are looking for a GitHub username, get a GitHub username. Do some open source on GitHub. There's a lot of open source projects on GitHub. You can find something in music. This would be actually a really great one for you, that I know that you were saying you were really interested in music. Find some open source projects on music, or start your own open source project on music, doing something in music with music. Combine, your talents, the things that you enjoy, and do that. I do think, if you only do, I wouldn't recommend, for the purposes of getting a job, I wouldn't recommend just doing your own projects, because one thing that would set you aside from this 1,000 here is seeing that you've worked with other engineers, which means you've gotten pull requests into other engineers' projects. That's actually a pretty big statement. I've worked on something. Now, I wouldn't pick a big project. I wouldn't say, well, I'm going to develop on Vue. I mean, if you like Vue, go for it. But that's going to be much more difficult. Find a smaller project that could really use some help, that has an active community, but a smaller one. 10 core developers, 5 core developers. Work on that. Windows Server gave you a career? All right. I got rejected from Windows. I had an interview with Microsoft for their compiler team long time ago. I'm a self-taught software engineer, so there are gaps in my knowledge. And one of my gaps that was 10 years ago was how to rebalance a binary tree. So the question was, the first interview had me create a binary tree thing that I could add and delete. And then the second interview was how to remove a node and rebalance the tree. And I failed that. I know how to do it now. Now, this is where software engineering has always been dumb. Was this a good way to know if I was going to be a good engineer? I'm going to say probably not. It was a good way to know if I've ever done this problem before. And the answer to that was no, I've never done this problem before. Sure. Yeah, this was like maybe 10, 15 years ago that I got to ask this. I didn't know it. It's fine. That's their hiring. Maybe I wasn't a good fit. I don't particularly think, our industry and every single industry has so many problems. Do you want to know what I did before computer science? I was a chemical engineer for a company. As a chemical engineer, my main job was to basically make sure things wouldn't give you cancer if you licked it. But the interviewing process for a chemical engineer was just as bad, if not worse. It was worse. Absolutely, Dutch. And this is where, like, I tried to stipulate. I was not telling you what I think is the right way to do these things. I was just trying to give you some advice on the current environment. If you're trying to get a job, you can't sit there and not play the game at all. You're going to have to do some things, or else people just aren't going to see you. And my point with all of this was that it's not even necessarily because people don't care or whatnot. They're literally just trying to filter out literally thousands. We had one just a couple weeks ago that had several thousand in the first week. I don't remember the exact number, but it was over 2,000. I think it was less than 5,000. I don't know the right answer to filter those down because I think half of them are like AI bot stuff. And so like this is where like you get stupid methods. And it means that your resume might not be seen because it was printed on the wrong color of paper. Or it wasn't even. Again, these are dumb and I dislike them. But it means we're down to 30 seconds per resume at this point. That's how much time you get to impress me, is I spend 30 seconds. I'm going to look at, I spend a little bit more if you've just piqued my interest on the resume. You get 30 seconds to pique my interest, then I'll give another 30 seconds, and then I have to move on. It's not good either because I'll miss stuff. I'm a terrible reader. We know this. Anyways, I'm going to move on. I don't know that I have more to add to this. Yeah, Cypher, but that's the problem. If you don't have that network already, then there's no, like, you don't have it yet, then there's not. Actually, what was the person asking questions? I don't know if he's still here. I don't know what language you write in. DM me on Discord, because I know that we have some internships this summer that are still open. So if you're looking for some real world experience, I don't know if we have any for India, but I will ask. DM me. And I will look if we have some India internships. Sayusha. Suash 5053. DM me. We do Java stuff. So maybe there, like I said, just DM me. We have some internships. I do believe they're paid too. Don't quote me on any of that. Like I said, just DM me. Our connector, we have a Java connector and a client library that's in Java. You goon. Yeah. Yeah. The database, no intern is working on the database unless if your IQ is pushing 200. I doubt an intern is actually going to touch the database. There, I'm going to deny your message, Dutch, just to repay it. There you go. Your IQ is touching 200? With your middle finger, maybe. All right, moving on. I have one last thing I wanted to talk about. And if you're watching this on YouTube, thank you. I want to talk about how Kubernetes does not scale. I think too often we have too many people that are trying to adopt Kubernetes because they think it's going to make them scale. And my statement to you is your architecture makes your application scale, not Kubernetes. And your architecture in general has nothing to do with Kubernetes. I know I've just made a lot of you angry, and you can architect your thing to work better in Kubernetes. I understand that. But my point here is that the scaling mechanism and how your application scales and how you deal with bottlenecks and things like that is about your application architecture, not Kubernetes. And Kubernetes is not going to fix it. Long, dramatic pause. Long, dramatic pause for you all. 1 second. You know what? I am pausing for you. I wrote some notes, and I don't want the notes to be on screen. I should have thought of this beforehand. But I didn't. Okay. So when you go to scale, and this is something I want to make a series to help people do, the biggest thing is understanding your data and your data's access point. I know I harp on this a lot, but it's such an important point. I too often hear people talking about Kubernetes and the scale of Kubernetes, and I sometimes even physically cringe when that happens, when I hear that type of statement, as I fear people don't understand the problem they're trying to solve, what their scaling problem is. Because I can tell you that Kubernetes helps you with the management of a lot of little processes running in a lot of different places. Now, if that's the scale issue, you can't physically manage those all in your head, that is a problem Kubernetes can help you with. But that is not the scaling of your application, the throughput of your application. Kubernetes isn't going to magically fix a bad architecture. It's not going to allow you to handle more transactions. It's not going to give you any more throughput on any other type of metric that you've conceived. And in fact, on the same amount of hardware, I would say that it's probably going to allow you to do less throughput, right? Now, when you do get scaling, a lot of times you get multiple versions of an application that it does help with. But let's talk about microservice. What is a microservice? Because this generally comes down to people say that microservices allow you to scale. And I would, again, say that these people are absolutely wrong. Microservices only allow you to scale your teams. Let's look at a graph that I made. In this example here, we see a classic microservice architecture. We have our different services, and these services have some access to some backend, your staple applications down here. And each one of these allows you to have multiple of them. You know, we'll delete the. Allows you to have multiple of them because they're stateless and they're states in the backend. This is cool. All right. So you can do this. But the reason you have microservices is because maybe you want to have a team that just works on ads. Maybe you want a team that just does predicting the future of weather. It's for management of teams. Management of teams. When your teams get really big, it's hard to manage a really big team. You got to break them up. My general rule of thumb is you can't manage more than 10 people. If you have more than 10 people reporting to you, you got too many people reporting to you. All right. So this is something really, 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 really large companies do to break up their teams and manage their teams and let them work independently. That's what this is doing, okay? Now, some of you are going to say, but yes, Eric, but it allows us to scale our image service independently. It does. It does. You can make another, I just deleted it. You can make another image service independently of anything else. This buys you very little. This buys you very little. If these are small enough and are small enough pieces of code, having all of these packaged in one application isn't really buying you anything as far as scaling individual services, because you could just have another entire copy of this as a single application running on another service. The amount of code in here is megabytes at best. Think about it. Now, you're probably thinking of some edge case, and there is always edge cases to everything. So I'm not talking about edge cases where you have, you know what? A good one would be streaming. Right now, there's something that's transcoding this, that's doing something really heavy that you want to offload from your API server. Sure. That's a fantastic thing to offload to something else that's doing it, where your API server wants to just sit there and respond to API requests. Easy peasy. There's always edge cases. We're not talking about edge cases. We're talking about general stuff. So, okay. So that is that screen. One second. I want to just make sure the next screen is. Okay. Yep. So this is, again, you can have some ingress. You can have your stateless application and your stateless stuff down here. This can be its own application right here. Instead of it can just be pieces, parts of the router that handle different things. This really doesn't change a whole lot, and is what actually our Twitch events system is. There's actually 4 or 5 different pieces of it, but they're all in one application. Because, okay? So, this is a non-Kubernetes architecture, all right? And this is a Kubernetes architecture. So, what I want to point here is the types of requests that can't scale vertically or horizontally. And this is where like you want to add a X request number to the header. So if every request we want to integrate, make this go one more. Oh my gosh, why can't I think of the stupid word? Increment. We want to increment this. We want to add this X request number header and increment it on every single one. This is state that is in your server and doesn't scale with adding extra replicas, okay? On a Kubernetes architecture, it still doesn't scale. We put the same application in Kubernetes. We can't put another one in. It's the exact same. I'm just trying to make an example where people will see that this was an architecture design. We have an application that fills the X request number, and we want to increment it, which means that this is a single threaded thing. It can handle one request at a time. And how fast this CPU core that it's running on is about how fast this whole thing can go. Our architecture doesn't scale. Putting it in Kubernetes didn't do anything with it. Now, let's talk about how we could make an architecture that does scale by adding new replicas to it. So in our stateful, we have two options. We can scale up. We can make our app instance bigger. And this is stateful, but this is not stateful. I didn't mean stateful. This is actually stateful. So this is a stateful app and why stateless apps are important for this. You can scale up for free. It's easy. You just make the instance bigger. But you can't scale out. And the reason you can't scale out is replication and consistency and all those things have to be handled by you. So if you want to handle those things, you have to handle them internally inside of your application. So scaling here requires you to a second node with a stateful app, which again, if we're talking about here, this was a stateful application. If we're going to do this, we've got to handle the replication logic to keep our nodes in sync, and we've got to do all of that. Maybe that's what you have to do, but that's a hard problem. And a lot of us can avoid that. We can avoid it by doing a stateless app. Databases do all of this hard replication natively in the database client or in the database service. They do the replication and all of that scaling for you in a single location. What this allows you to do is you can either scale these up or you can add more of them. You can make them bigger or you can make them make more of them. If we wanted to add another one, it's fine. No state is here. This is not a stateful. This has no state on it. And it will make requests to this. If you want to scale your database, you'll scale your database however your database scales. A lot of databases nowadays have methods for automatically partitioning and scaling them. That's what you'll have to do. So this is a method for scaling, but if you notice, this is a stateful app and a stateless app. Guess what I didn't say here? Microservice, Kubernetes, neither of these. Look at this, a stateful app on Kubernetes cannot scale any better than the stateless app out running on bare metal. Cannot happen, or does not happen. So basically just a general, what is stateless, stateful? A stateless app is just one where you store the state some other place. Most backends try to be stateless. It makes the problems easier. Postgres, SQLite, although that could be embedded. Whatever database. A lot of us try to avoid this because it makes things more painful. Now, why is a microservice application on Kubernetes slower or possibly slower than the application running on its monolith? Yeah. Check this out. Every single one of these is a call. We all love the moderation services because we all get moderated awfully a lot around here. All of these probably hit the moderation service. All of these are probably a network call. That means in your microservice architecture, you have a lot of wasted network. You want to know what you also have wasted of? Duplicated code. A lot of times you have these apps running a bunch of different places, which means this app has to be downloaded on another machine, a lot more different machines. So you actually have extra memory tied up. So you'll actually have less room for memory because your application is loaded more places. And that overhead of having the application loaded is just this right here. But that's that in every single one of these. Now, I'm not saying there's not a time or place for some of these things, especially if you're at a company that has grown large enough to have the requirements of managing teams and people. But it's actually a price that you pay, not a scaling benefit. This is why Kubernetes does not scale. Your application has to scale. Going into Kubernetes because you're having scaling problems isn't the solution. Now, if your point is that you're having problems scaling your teams because you now have 150 engineers and 200, 300 engineers, and you're having a hard time scaling your engineering groups, you're having a hard time having them collaborate together and push towards a unified thing, now we can have a conversation about how Kubernetes can help. MySQL is not an option. Who put MySQL? That is a temporary ban. That is I know you're a first-time chatter. You should have known better. Should have known better. Easy temporary ban. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm not banning you. If you hadn't been first-time chatter, that might have been a ban, a short ban. You know, just a couple of months. But we'll give you a grace on this one. All right, Dutch, you were asking for it. How do I ban? Let's see. Oh, here, timeout, Dutch. Let's see. Use it for your taxes. All right. Anyways, thank you, YouTube and Twitch. That's my Kubernetes does not scale. I feel compelled to make it because I've been asked many of times, or I've heard people make statements around the scale of Kubernetes. And I just feel strongly, I like Kubernetes. I think it solves specific problems, but I think us as engineers need to look for what those problems are, and scale is not one of them. Scale is not one of them. Design your app to scale and use Kubernetes to do what Kubernetes does. Kubernetes schedules processes, orchestrates processes. If that's what you need help with, Kubernetes is your thing. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So now that we've talked about that, let's go on a little bit of a tangent of what are some things Kubernetes does, or at least in my opinion, does help with. So one thing that I think is interesting, there's a couple things. Now, for the most part, people run on a single cloud. So AWS, let's actually do this. We'll do like a data center bare metal. And then we'll do, nobody's using GCP anymore, so we'll do Azure. Okay. So one place that I think is, and this is for the unfortunate. But there are some people that are required to run multi-cloud, to run your application on all of these. So banks would be a good one. Banks have the requirement that they have to, by regulation, be in multiple sovereign domains. So they're usually in their data center with backup somewhere else, or something like that. Some banks actually have hot standbys that are running in a separate cloud. Okay. This can be regulation. This can be purely a requirement for that your business has, that they want to run multi-cloud because they think that it's a stupid thing. Don't do it. Push back on it. But this can be one thing because Kubernetes can do this. It's a unified execution layer. Sort of. It's a leaky abstraction. It's a leaky abstraction. What I mean by that is there's stuff that leaks through this, like Azure storage classes versus bare metal versus AWS. Let's talk about load balancers on bare metal versus the clouds. This is a pretty leaky abstraction, but it does give you an abstraction that's going to help your teams write for one things, this Kubernetes, and mostly ignore what they're writing on top of. Mostly. You're definitely going to have sysadmins that are gluing this all together. You're definitely going to have leaky abstractions that are on top of this, but it's a better leaky abstraction than any other that I've seen so far. Maybe Nomad. Maybe Nomad. So this is one place where Kubernetes helps. Let's do another. You have 500 engineers. And the best way that you've done it is you've broken out into independently deployable chunks of code. This is commonly called microservices, but you have these teams here. Kubernetes helps here. It's managing lots of small deployments, giving teams a way to deploy in similar or same ways, using the similar or same tools into the similar or same environment that allows them to network together without necessarily knowing who their buddy is. And it can help with this. But you need a big team. You need a big team. You have to be having this problem, and you have to say that this is the way to solve it. Again, this is all about the number of people. Number of people. Not about your code base. This is a way Kubernetes helps you manage large teams. All right. We don't have any mods, Russell. We need mods to ban these people more quickly. You know what? We could probably do it with Kubernetes, Russell. We need to write it in Kubernetes, right? Our banning mechanism. Okay. So these are two places I see that it works really well. I actually think this is maybe an unsung hero of Kubernetes, allowing you to work on multiple clouds. Now, one that people will often state, but I'm hesitant on, I'm not sure if I agree or disagree, is infrastructure. I actually think Kubernetes is a lousy infrastructure. So a lot of people, some creators out there will be like, oh, I'm not an infrastructure person, so I don't need to know Kubernetes because I want a platform that manages the infrastructure for me. And I don't know that this is actually correct in any real way. You can do some stuff with horizontal pod auto scaling groups and things like that. And like there's some like domain specific scaling stuff in GCP and stuff. but I'm not convinced that this is actually good. I a good statement. I generally think it's crappy at what it does, or at doing this. And usually you use a lot of outside tools to do it. Right, but there's a team that is managing the Kubernetes, right? Um, and they're managing the infrastructure. So that's just saying that somebody else will do it, not that Kubernetes solved the problem for you. I don't think this solves the problem for the infrastructure people. It doesn't reduce your need for infrastructure as code. Um, you still have to write that stuff. So I don't put that. These are really the two big reasons I use Kubernetes, or think are good. The last one is going to be a little contentious. I have one last one that I think is good. Is maybe a little more spicy. People are going to disagree with me. Is basically this, but for smaller teams of about 100 engineers. And it's not about managing the teams. It's all. Yeah, no, I think it's just this. I lied. It's just this, but for smaller teams. So, one thing that for like 100 teams of about 100 engineers, let's say you have three things and you want to. I have specific examples, but I can't talk about those. I'm going to think of specific example, or I'm going to make a specific example. It's not necessarily microservices. It's just you have three services written by three teams. Um, this specific example, I can't do it. It's just these two, big team management, and this. That's all I can do, because the other specific example is like hyper specific, and I can't come up with a different example that's not like the exact same example. So until I can do that, you're just stuck with these two. It's this. I think that's where Kubernetes shines. If these are your problems, you're managing large teams or needing a unified execution layer across multiple clouds, that's where it shines. No. I mean, your engineering org has like 500 engineers. And to break it down, you're breaking into smaller teams. That's the point. Not that your team, I have said you can only manage about 10 people. So if we did this, we would have about 50 teams of engineers. Maybe 25 if you go with the upper limit, 20. So 25 teams if you have 500 engineers. I don't know about you guys, though. I struggle managing 20 people. That would be hard. I I honestly, and again, I don't know if I've read it somewhere else, so I'm not trying to take somebody else's credit. I feel like just from empirical evidence, 10 people is probably about where I max out. Now, I'm not a people manager, so possibly there's some people that are really good at people management that can do like 20, like double what I can do. But then like, yeah, they're doing a fantastic job. I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah. I'm with Dane. That's what I feel like is a, yeah. I'm not saying that there aren't people that can do 20 because I'm thinking of a person. She probably knows who she is. Um she can probably do 20. But she's a really good manager. Yeah, Dane. Agreed. Actually doing one-on-ones, if you have 20 people and you do a half an hour one-on-one, you have to do it bi-weekly. I like to do one-on-ones weekly, but you can't have a weekly half an hour and do anything else if you have 20 people. That's 10 hours of just one-on-ones, and you can't skip the one-on-ones. Can't do it. Can't do it. Ugh. Oh. Yeah, and then goals and whatnot, and mentoring and all of those things that go into it. You just can't do it. You cannot do it. And then, like, part of being technical leadership then is that you're also guiding the project, but you can't know what's going on in the project if you're spending 10 hours on one-on-ones and all the other time. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Can't do it. I can't. I can't sit in that many meetings. Can't do it. It also probably depends on who you're managing. Like, okay, so if I had, I wouldn't have this. I wouldn't have this, by the way. I think that this is a mistake, but maybe it's forced on you. If I had 5 juniors, and then let's say just 2 regs, and then we'll do something like 1 senior. I couldn't manage this. This would be too much. At just 8 people. The juniors take so much more time, and that's fine. But if this was inversed, if I had, 7 seniors or 1 junior, I guess 2 regulars and 7 seniors, this would be a breeze to manage, right? So it also depends, I guess, on the type of group that you're managing. Yeah. Nothing against juniors. They take more time, and you have to make sure that you're giving them to it. Like, you have to make sure that your juniors are getting the time that they deserve. Nah. 7 seniors is easy. You just have to learn how to manipulate them. Okay, so I have to say that I've always been pretty blessed in the fact that I've worked with senior people who aren't turds. I have worked around people, senior engineers, but I have never had to work with them or manage them somehow. Somehow, I have never had that responsibility. I know the senior engineers you guys are talking about. I have never really had to experience that, and I count my blessings. There was once, but I learned it's not manipulate. You just have to learn to help them understand the importance of a team. That's a terrible way of putting that. I will stop on that subject. Can manipulate seniors. Oh gosh, that's career advice number 2. Second piece of career advice. Watch what you say on stream. People will clip it. Trust me. All right. We'll end on this note. And we'll move on. My only GitHub is only GitHub a site for honest, hardworking GitHub creators? Like, is only GitHub like a thing for people to check out that I need to make an account on? You can check out all my code snippets. Yeah, I'll put my most favorite code snippets on there that you guys can check out. Okay, this stream has gone downhill. Let's find somebody to raid. Let's find somebody to raid. Only commits now. Oh, I kind of want to do it, Dane. Should we do it together? Do you want to do only commits now? Dang it, it's already been clipped. Should we do? We probably. Okay, yeah. Okay. Chat, calm down. I'm registering. If somebody registers it before me, I will be disappointed in you. So just don't do it. I'm gonna go do it. I'm gonna do it off stream so I don't leak my credit card. I'm gonna dump you on to somebody else. Go say hi to them. Who do we have up for getting a let's see, Mr. Ray Ray? Did you guys enjoy Mr. Ray Ray? I think Mr. Ray Ray is doing some game bevy stuff with Rust. Looks fun. Should be fun. Let's do Mr. Ray Ray again. And nobody take only commits. Dane and I might make a GitHub, not a GitHub, but a code-based creator content site. Only commits. It might be a April Fool's for next year. Only commits is taken. What about onlycommits.io? Who took it? Which one of you took it? I'm looking at you, Dutch. I know you did it. All right, let's go raid. Let's go raid Mr. Ray Ray. Mr. Ray Ray is not in his chair. So we're gonna raid Mr. Ray Ray anyhow. I have too many as well. IO is open. Okay, sweet. Sweet. Only commits. Dane, you and I are going to work on something. It's going to be awesome. Go say hi to Mr. Ray Ray. Thank you everybody for joining. I hope you enjoyed those little snippets. I will be posting those over the next week on my YouTubes. And I will see you guys in the next one. Thank you so much.